You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens.
And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, this week was a lot. We all know this. This week was a lot. Like every week, I guess you can say it's a lot, but this was a lot. And it's interesting because I realized that this is episode 24 of season 8, which, as you know, each season of Earnestly Speaking is 25 episodes. So next week will be the grand season finale of season 8, which, let me just say, season 8 is one of the most epic seasons we've had. Every season is great, but this season has been very explosive. So much has went down this episode and this season. And this episode is about to be legendary too. But this season, I was trying to figure out why, and I was like, oh, because Trump is back, and this entire show, this entire podcast for the past 7 seasons before we got to 8 was in the Biden era. We started season 1 in January of 2021. There was a preview episode I did. It was like a bonus introductory episode that I did in December of 2020. Trump was still president, but he had lost, and he pretty much was, And we started the season 1, episode 1 episode with the insurrection. So everything kind of just popped off. We really, we started off on a very chaotic beginning. And so I was like, why is this season, like everything about this season just feels more suspenseful and more heightened? And I realized it's because Trump is back in office. This makes so much sense. Like the overall listening of this show, the pool, the subscribers, there's been a rapid increase. Like there has been a significant increase in subscribers. And, some of that is due with one of our all-time, the greatest, most listened to episode of all time on this podcast thus far was the Roots Picnic episode. So all of that is laying the foundation. And I do have an update about Roots Picnic. Just want you all to know. So Live Nation Urban, the producers of the Roots Picnic, contacted a close friend of mine. I will not name their name. That I went with to the Roots Picnic and accompanied with, and basically inquired about, our connection, like just saying like, hey, we saw you all were hanging out during the Roots Picnic. They can, they're do not invite them or accompany with them again or whatever. Basically gave them this ultimatum type of situation, into which, they let it be known. First of all, he's not coming anywhere. And child, you ain't got to tell me nothing because like we all, but basically the girl is banned. I am banned from going to the Roots Picnic. This isn't a surprise because I had no intentions of going. And as you all know, I've been banned from better places. But I just think it's such a badass, iconic moment that I can be able to tell you all that they have made it very clear that my attendance to their Philadelphia Fire Fest is no longer desired or wanted. So they have banned the girl. The doll has been, banned from Roots Picnic. And it's one of those weird, like, break up before he break up with you situations where it's like, I think it was clear as day. I think Ray Charles could see that I have no interest in going to that shit show again. Now that's a shithole affair. So to tell people that I'm acquainted with that I was at the event trying to sniff out or suss out my appearance to tell them not to invite me or whatever the case is, child, I have no interest. Never again. I will not be going. You couldn't make me go if you wanted to, but I wanted you all to know, just to my followers and to my listeners, if you was needing another incentive not to go to the Roots picnic again, just to let you all know that they've banned me. And I will, and we have the receipts, because we keep receipts, and I have the people who, they did, they're basically, are in their bag. I wasn't the only one who said something. I wasn't the only one who had a critique, but clearly my critique and my criticism had movement and influence, and we love to see it. And so I don't regret anything that I said. I would say it again. I don't regret the thousands of you all who listened and the thousands who subscribed and the thousands of you who took this episode in the top 60, 100 of all Apple News podcasts that week. I don't regret any of the truth and honesty and sincerity that I gave. And it actually means that I made an impact. I always tell people, if you do something and it does not create a reaction or a sound, then the question becomes, did you really do something? You know what I mean? Like when people do these protests, I'm like, did you get arrested? Not that, people, I want people to be safe. But I just ask these questions like, did it change the law? What did it do? Because everything that I try to do has to have an impact. If I'm going to go out there and stick my neck out and talk my shit, something's got to be felt. Otherwise, it's a circus. That's why I was very much like when people were, a couple weeks ago about was that even a couple weeks? That was like, last week? Damn, time is going fast. When everyone was in their feelings about, white folks were in their feelings about my critique about that protest, right, last week. What was the impact of that? Okay, a bunch of people went. Yes, you all went with your signs. Trump has not changed his position. Trump made a joke this week about the immigration. He had some people behind him. He was asking them were they quote unquote illegal. Like, this man does not care. This man got reelected. If the protest had an impact, if you all was really about it in 2020 when we all was in that, right? That man should never have been elected again. So that tells me that the way in which you all do these massive national protests are performative because they have not led to it. All of those major bills, those George Floyd bills that was supposed to, do police reform. Do you know that ever since then, police funding has went up across major American cities? Like, the police budget is going up. Even in Philadelphia, we're now past $850 million. Over $850 million. I think we were in a $600 million range back then. Police budget has skyrocketed. New York has over $10 billion. $10 billion in police funding. Like, the police reform, where was the reform? If anything, it was a glow up for them. It's almost like they were being incentivized. And also, the data tells us that police are killing more unarmed civilians than they have ever have. It's actually skyrocketed. And let me just say this. I'm not saying that protests do not make an impact, because you're talking to someone who knows. But I'm trying to tell you that there's a way to do this that's more strategic and less performative. I think big-scale national protest with no direct action, and I'm going to tell you the difference between a protest and direct action. A protest without direct action is just simply a glorified march. You all do not do the direct action. See, the direct action is where it's at. Direct action is not a protest. A protest is not direct action. It can be, but a protest without direct action is simply a march. Where are the demands? See, a direct action, let me educate you all, because see, certain people were getting in my comments in their feelings. And I was like, you missed something very important because you was too busy trying to, it was that meme that says that when white people say joy is an act of resistance, says the white woman who's never actually participated in any other form of resistance. This is the fuck what I'm talking about, right? There was no direct action. So let's talk about direct action and how it's different between a protest, right? A general protest is just simply taking a stand, a very visible verbal stance on something. I don't support this. Okay, great. You march, you make signs, you go in the streets. Yay. Okay, that's it. Cute, right? A direct action is one that is more confrontational. It is one that has a very clear-cut list of demands. It is more collective. There is a collective, energized attention to details. There is clear consequences and repercussions if said direct actions do not be met, and repeat. And it's a concerted effort, right? So a good example of a direct action, the Target boycotts. The Target boycotts is a direct action. It's saying, we're not going to do this thing until you do this. If you don't do this, we will do this, and repeat. That's successful. The Target boycotts is a direct action. It has been consistent. Okay, I talk about this in my book, The Case for Council Culture, which it's clear that some people have not read it because they wouldn't be saying the dumb shit they say to me sometimes on social media. That direct action is a form of cancel culture. If you're targeted on stopping something, right? A protest alone is not that. See, what you all fail to realize that when you make these comparisons to the civil rights era in the 1960s and 50s, what you all fail to realize is that they were doing direct actions, okay? They were basically saying, we are boycotting Montgomery bus. We are doing sit-ins. We're physically disrupting a space. We're demanding you all to do something, and if you don't do it, we're going to cause a problem. That is a real risk. That is a direct action. That is a collective sorts of action, right? Showing up and just and doing signs. Less protest and more direct action. That is what I want to see. This is what I want to see, right? That is what it is. We need direct action. We need less protest. The protest is just, it's a warm-up. It's an appetizer. It's a little snack. And the problem is, if you do a protest or a march without a direct action taking place on site or following, it does not help. So you want to talk about what's been going on with students, protesters with Gaza. A lot of those students on their college campuses were doing direct actions. They were doing sit-ins. They were putting their bodies on the ground. They were disrupting certain space. And that is what led the conversation in the public to think about what was going on in Israel, what was happening in Gaza, what was happening in the Middle East, how people's empathy for Palestine has evolved. It is because of those direct actions. See, that's what we need more of, is direct action. A simple protest, just you walking out, is cute. It's fine. It's safe. But in this day and age, what we're dealing with right now, it's not moving the needle because we're going up against a fascist government system. See, you can't meet them with a softball. You have to get them with a bat. That's what it is. That's what people were not picking up, what I was putting down. Yes, freedom of speech, absolutely, but there's other things. And we're in a different time. It's going to require something different. We're dealing with a different type of bully. See, you can protest during Obama era, and there would be something, right? Because, a protest alone would be enough to get certain people like him to move on some things. But a direct action is what you need for a level. You need to up the level with a Trump. Because Trump don't give a fuck about no damn protest. And direct action, he don't care about that, really, to be honest. But he will, but see, that will up his ability. See, the rest of his legislators and others, see, that scrutiny is going to put some pressure on them. That's what was missing. That was the point. I've seen local direct actions. I've covered them. I know how successful they can be. And the problem is, too, that frustrates me in cities like Philadelphia is that Philly, we have so many bigger fish to fry in our own backyard that you wouldn't even need to get thousands of people for a little protest. If you got enough people to just show up and do some direct actions on some of these local shit, let's talk about DHS, right? Let's talk about, some of the stuff that goes on with our city budget. Let's talk about city council, right? You all could do some serious direct actions in some of these offices about some of the stuff happening in your respective communities. And I will promise you that will put more pressure on them to do something different. You show up to some of these galas they at. You show up to some of these fundraisers they at. Ask me how I know. I'll tell you a story. Because I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm giving you the playbook because I need some things to happen a little bit faster. And you all are just not picking up what I'm putting down. So I guess I got to be more specific. And somebody take some notes because this is the problem. You're talking to somebody, me, right, who was a part of a group of people that used the power of the press, the power of direct action and free speech and protest to get legislation passed, to change literally the color of a pride flag. This is iconic shit. And this is not individual shit. This is collective action. We all can do it again. You're talking to someone who was able to see a healthcare center change their entire board of directors, change their executive director, and unionize and get results for their workers. We're talking about Mazzoni Health Center. You're talking to somebody who's been able to get results. Results require a level of direct action. It requires a level of shaming. It requires a level of confrontation. It requires a level of naming names and putting it on paper and standing 10 toes down. It's called put it on the floor. You all are not doing that. You're not doing that. I need names. I need bodies. I need people to put it on the floor. If you're not trying to do that, you're not going to get results. You're just not. You're talking to somebody that got every single hater in government that literally made their life a living hell. You're talking to somebody who got them out of office, got them resignation letters. I have gotten more of my haters resigned and fired from their jobs than some of you all who claim you want to change. Listen, I can give you a list of people, big adversaries who were in positions of power influence that was fucking over the people and communities that I care about. Resignation letters. Okay? You're talking to someone who did that. I am touting, listen, call it bragging, call it whatever. I'm telling you from experience that this requires a level of direct action. So let's give examples. Let's talk about this because this has been grinding my gears. Because you all done forgot the playbook. First of all, any direct action you do, you don't announce it ahead of time. You do not tell people what you're going to do before you do it. You pop out on folks. You pop out. You get enough people and you all roll up unattended, unexpected, and you show up and you confront. That's the first thing. All of this scheduled shit y'all doing. Oh, we're going to be here at this time. Come around. What the fuck? No, you don't know. You roll up. You surprise. It's a surprise ambush. Okay? So that's the first thing. You just pull up. You don't give everybody a head's notice. You get your people. Okay, let me back up real quick before y'all mess this up. The first thing you do is you organize your people. And you don't need to have 1,000 people. You might need a good bowdy 30 people. 25 to 30 people. Okay? Let that be known. You get you some good, real motherfuckers. You get you some tight ones that's going to be about it, okay? And you got to make sure you got somebody with some bail money. Get you some rich white person or somebody with some money that's going to be committed as an accomplice. Who got the bail money? Get you an accomplice, okay? So you need to have an accomplice that's like, look, if we roll up and we get arrested or whatever, we're not going to break any laws. We're not going to break any, we're not going to do any, we're not going to threaten or nothing, but they might arrest us or whatever. You got the bail money. You got to get you a good accomplice. Get you a good lawyer, right? I'll give you some examples of some people in the past who was good for this. Now, back in the day before he was a DA, Larry Krasner was that accomplice to people. I'm not going to discredit that man for doing that. But you had some real ones like Sherry Cohen, Michael Cord, Shaka. There was some people, and still doing that work, that were lawyers that was about pro bono that would come out and defend the girls. So you need to get you some accomplices because we got to have a safety plan. So you got to make sure that you have an accomplice, right? Somebody who got the bag or go get the bail money ready, or the community. You got to have that bail money, or you got to have a good lawyer or lawyers that's going to make sure you was ready. So you got to have that. You also need to have some good journalists. You don't got to have that many. In the role in which I was when I used to be out there, I was that journalist. I came out with my cell phone. I made sure I was ready to report. I had to make sure you got to have a third party that's going to make sure stuff is properly documented. Now, you document your shit too, but you also got to have somebody that's a free press to make sure that they're videotaping, making sure that when arrests are happening, people good, because they're not going to touch you if you're a journalist. Okay, so when I used to go out there, they knew who I was. They'd be like, oh, yo, Ernest. Sometimes you need that person. Sometimes you need that person to make sure stuff is documented that's there. Now, that person is not going to be, they can't get out there protesting with you because they got to be, a journalist. They got to have integrity. But they got to make sure that they're on the ground. So you need to contact them as a member of the Free Press. You got to tip them off. You got to let them know where you're going. You got to make sure they're there. There were really great organizers out there, protesters and folks that used to tip me off and say, hey, we're going to pull up here. And of course, I kept that embargoed. I did not go telling elected officials or telling folks, what was going on, because I was, they told me they would say on background. So if it's on background or off the record, I couldn't say anything. So as a journalist, that was my job. So I would not say anything. I would show up to the public event, and I will report. That's what you do. So you got to have an accomplice. You got to have the bag. You got to make sure somebody's going to pay the bail money. You got to make sure that you got some lawyers, right? And that's going to make sure that if anything happens, you good, right? So you have to have those things. Then you got to have the third party. You got to have the journalists and the people that's going to make sure they record it. And then you pick a big public-facing event to show up and show out. Is it a fundraiser? Is it a public whatever? You got to do it public face. It got to be something that people got to be able to see, because you want to embarrass them. You want to shame them. You want to make sure people know that this issue is important. That's what you do. And then the other thing you got to have, and this is also important, you got to have a very clear list of demands. And the demands got to be something that can be attainable. You got to have a deadline. You got to have a date. You got to have a window. You got to have a timeline. You got to be like, if this don't happen, we will do this again. You got to up the ante, right? So you got to call for, okay, if you show up and you say, this is the things we want, because the goal is you got to make sure you know what you want. You got to know what you want. If you don't know what you want, then what are you fucking doing? And it can't be something very bland. We want world peace. Okay, well, child, they'll interpret world peace for you. You got to give some specific things that you want them to do. And it's got to be things that got to be doable, right? It got to be something that they can actually do. Like, don't say end the war in the Middle East. They can't do that. Your city council member can't fucking do that. But if you're going to the pen, you're saying we want you to specifically divest from these companies, or we want you to stop investing in these brands. Give them some specifics, name some names, and be very clear on what you want, right? So you do that. And you got to give a timeline. You got to give a timeline. Say, look, if you don't do this by this date, and it can't be tomorrow, you got to be very clear on the possibility scope, right? If you don't do this, then we're going to up the ante. You don't tell them what you want them to up the ante on. You just need to tell them that this will increase. And it's not a threat, it's a promise, right? And then after that, let's see what they do. But you apply that pressure. And if they don't do those things, you increase the intention. But you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan you got to have a very clear plan on what you're trying to do. Because they got to feel those consequences. It's got to rise each time. That's how you do it. That's what you do. I don't see that happening in a lot of these protests. Everybody just be like, it's a first start. It's a first start. How many fucking first starts we gonna need? Because Trump done had two. He done been in office. Now he's in a second term. What? How many first starts are we gonna have? First starts are for the babies. First start are for freshmen in college. First starts are for people who just was legal. You ain't first starting no damn 40-year-old. You ain't first starting no damn 50-year-old. Y'all done lived through enough to be talking about some first fucking starts. That's for kids. That's for teenagers. Let's be fucking for real. Because what you're telling me is that more people have to die before people give a fuck. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that grown-ass adults who can do more should do more. And we got to talk about that. We got to switch from just a protest to a direct action. We need more direct action. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing. We need to be more confrontational. We need to be more specific. We need to lay the groundwork for something a little bit more instructive, because I've seen it. I've seen it. And if you're not trying to, and it's got to be, and I know there's more people that are willing to do more of that, then we need to do that. And I think we could do it more successful on a local level. Local level, I think the local level is where it's at. I think you can do it more effectively in the city. Do it for things that are in your backyard. Get the things. You're seeing libraries getting shut down. You're seeing certain areas being. Could you imagine if coalitions did that more effectively on the local level? You did it with your city council person that has councilmatic prerogative, that might say, you know what, I'm not going to put this vote up on the floor. Could you imagine if you clapped back with that energy? You showed up to some of these events they're at. If you followed their social media, if you followed their pages, right? You had insiders, right? You had folks that would tip you off. Oh, trust me, they would do it. I know they would. Fundraisers, events, they're getting honored. Do you follow the pages? When I used to cover these things, there was a group called the Black and Brown Workers Collective. Strong, BBWC. There was a small but mighty little militia of black and brown queer workers, organizers, activists. They've since have lived their lives. A lot of them have moved on with their lives. But about roughly 10 years ago, they did that. They would find where people were. And there was a woman who used to be in power. Her name was Nellie Fitzpatrick. And she used to be the office LGBT affairs director. She was the most prominent queer person in power. We didn't have a queer city councilman. We didn't have a Rue Landau. Rue Landau is the first openly gay city councilman, but we didn't have it. We didn't have that. We didn't have, we only had Brian Sims, mediocre ass at that time, who was the gay state rep. But we didn't have, Andre D. Carroll, Malcolm Kenyatta. We didn't have, other gay state reps like that. We didn't have a range, right? So you had mediocre Brian Sims, who was bought and paid for, mediocre as hell. You had his ass sell out, and then you had Nellie Fitzpatrick. You didn't really have that much LGBT representation in the government level at that level. So she was, at that time, the face, right? And what a mediocre leader she was. What a problematic leader she was. She didn't speak up when racism was happening in the neighborhood and discrimination was happening. And people thought she was untouchable. She was on all the lists. She was that girl. And she knew she didn't like me. She found me as an antagonist. When I first got at Philadelphia Magazine, I can now tell this. This was January 2016. I've been there for now 9 months. I've been affiliated for 9 months. 9 years. 9 years it's been. It's been a long ass time. 9 years. Woo. 10 years ago in 2015, I wrote a piece called Woody's Not So Fetch. And I was very critical about racial discrimination happening at bars. That was 10 years ago. So I've lived to be able to tell the tale. I've seen a lot. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. That's why I tell people, Google me, baby. Don't play with it. She, at the time, Nellie Fitzpatrick, she had got appointed first by Nutter, and then Kenny kept her on when he got elected mayor. And when I first got there, Patrick Kirshner was the editor-in-chief at Philly Mag then. When they announced me in January of 2016 that I was going to be the editor of G Philly, which was at the time the LGBTQ publication, she called him and told him, basically gave him a forewarning, was very curious as to why I got that position. I was their first ever black LGBTQ editor of that section. I was the first person of color. Everybody before me was white. And she called him and was just like, watch out about him. Why is he, why did y'all, that was an interesting pick, but was very much so giving him the vibes. Like she was a Karen. She basically called my editor-in-chief on the first week I got hired and basically called about me. I had not wrote an article yet, y'all. I had not wrote a single article, but because that man was a real allied accomplice, he knew what it was. And I had even told him before I even started. See, I'm real. I told him, I was very transparent to him. He's no longer at Philly Mag anymore, but he was, I told him, I said, listen, I got some ops. I never hide my ops. I was like, look, these are some people that when I start this, they're going to be hating. I'm going to let you know. I don't hide it. I'm very transparent about who my haters are. Even now, certain people in positions of power, I'm like, look, this person is gonna complain about this. This person gonna think. I just want you to know up front. Here's the people that I have issues with. These are the people that don't like me. Here's the people that don't want me to succeed. I'm very transparent. And just like a script, they eventually show their hands in their face within a month to all my people. And so I tell people, just in workplace, be transparent to people that you work when you do partnerships with and let them know. And it's funny because people will go, oh my God, no, they never have issues with people. Oh, I've never seen them like that. I said, but they like that with me. Oh, I'm like that. I said, they you might think they're a peaceful person, but they don't like me. There's something about me and my outspokenness, my pro-blackness, my out-queerness. I said, there's something about me that gets them. There are people that you all like. And again, I tell y'all this every time, that they're the most copacetic folk, most peaceful folk, but it's something about me that get them heated. They cannot help themselves. They're going to show themselves. Everything else on the planet, anything else don't bother them. But me, I get them uncomfortable because it's the realness for them. It's a lot of them. These are people that y'all think are the most peaceful people. But something about me get them in their skin and they show their character. I'm going to be the one that they're going to pop out and show their horns about. It is what it is. Because I'm a realist. I'm going to tell it what it is. We're at a point in time, y'all, in general, where people are tired of fake folks. And what I mean by fake is just disingenuous. They say, oh, we want to keep the peace. Oh, I want to get along. But it's like listen, anybody who's friends with everybody is a friend to no one. Let me say that again. Anybody that wants to be fucking Switzerland and the Netherlands in 2025, you should take with caution. You gotta not like somebody. Somebody gotta be pissing you off. This world is too divided for you not to be picking any sides. I'm not saying you gotta go to blows with every single person, but be careful with motherfuckers that like everybody. They cool with everybody. You friends with everybody. You ain't got no opinions. Watch out for that person. That's a disloyal motherfucker. Yeah, it's time to say anybody who you know that's showing up to everybody's shit, like everybody, take pictures with everybody, smiling with everybody, they ain't got any problems with everybody. That's a fake person. I'm going to say it. I have people like that in my life. Used to, because I don't deal with them anymore. But there was a particular person. I was just like, you just cool with everybody? Look, I get not fighting everybody. I'm not saying you got to fight everybody. But you don't got any positions. You just seeing all this shit go on. And you don't co-sign. You going to have to pick a side with me. See, I don't play that. You cool with everybody? You in everybody's room? You in everybody's face? How is that possible? How you think you can be friends with me and not be for anybody? All of my friends have an issue with somebody. All of my friends got an opinion about something. All of my friends is picking positions. And let me be very clear. You can't be my friend and fuck with all of my... Listen, I get that there are some people that I might have a little petty personal distaste for. And let me be very clear. I'm not the type of friend that make everybody not like everybody I don't like. No, let me be clear. There's levels to this. There's levels to this, okay? There are people who are absolutely, no. You cool with them, you doing business with them, you get away from me. There's a red. There is a code red, right? Then there's people on the orange, warm, okay? Then you got the yellow. And you got the green, the blue, right? So if we have blue and green, good to go. Go, green means go. Yellow means pause. Red means stop, right? So if we at that yellow light is, look, Look, I'm not saying you to stop, but all I'm going to say is when you decide to be with them, don't bring them around here. Okay? I can go to birthday parties and gatherings and they there, okay, because that's your party. But if I have a party or a function, don't bring them to my party. That's what. Let me break down the colors. Let's break this down real quick. See, this is gonna be one of those episodes. Okay, please ask, I will tell. Okay, this is a don't ask, don't tell. This is a please ask, I will tell episode. So let me be very clear what I mean by this. Okay, so blue means I love them. We love them. We love them together. That's Beyonce. That's Oprah. We listen. Keep bringing them. Matter of fact, there's times where you might piss me off, but that person will be your saving grace. Bring them. We love them. Blue means we both love them. They both are besties, right? We love them together, okay? That's a mutual love. Green means that I like them. They're cool. I may not even know them. Go. Person I don't know. Person I have opinion about. Person that I don't even know, whatever like that. Go, right? So we got those. So let me back up. Let me start with, yeah, that's the range. That's the range. Green and blue. Blue means we both love them. Blue means that this is a non-given. They're perfect, okay? Lip brothers amongst each other is a blue. So if Josh was like, yo, I'm bringing George. George says, I'm bringing Jamarcus. That's a mutual blue. We all, those are givens. We're going to bring Nina the Diva. We're going to bring, Dr. Parks and John. Like, those are blue, right? That's a blue. That's mutual friends exchange. We all love each other. Green is, I'm not besties with them. I'm close acquaintances with them. I haven't got to know them, but eventually they could be blue. So green means go. That means absolutely bring this person. You bringing a cousin we don't know that is positive, affirming, in the community. You bringing a black queer person to the space that's already in the space. You're bringing a trans person that we don't know, but they want to build community. That's green, right? Bring them, go. We they're an acquaintance. We want to get to know them. They can land in blue, right? But then let's get to yellow. Because let's talk about yellow. And let's talk about orange. And let's talk about red. Yellow is, okay. Yellow is, I got a funny feeling about this person. They have not done anything directly to me, or whatever they've done is not really serious, but I have them with caution. How you get in yellow is this person is hanging with similar people that I find to be problematic. They're birds of a feather. They might flock together. They have not done anything yet, but I'm questioning their surroundings and their crew. Not one person, not two people. That circle is weird. I want to name a name so bad, but this gonna cost too much. It ain't worth it. Let me be mindful, be respectful, because this might derail the conversation. But there's certain people. So I'll give an example. You flocking and you hanging out with NABJ Philly folk. Yeah, You in that NABJ Philly circle. You hanging out with folks. You got too many people in that circle you cool with. Y'all all going at, because what that's telling me is that my name may or may not be coming up in that conversation, and you in that room and you silent. Yellow. We're going to put you in the yellow. Personally, I'm not inviting you to anything that's intimate of mine, right? Personally, I'm not going to invite you to anything I'm not inviting you to my birthday. You're not getting a VI. If you buy a ticket to my event or you show up to something I'm doing, you're not a special guest. You're not at my table. We're not doing all that. But you can be in the facility for now. That's what I call an acquaintance with caution. That's yellow. That's that yellow color. And some of y'all I like, but y'all hang out with people that's in that yellow for me. And so it's not that I don't like you. Let me be very clear. I just be like, your circle was a little too mixy. That's a little too mixy. These are for mixy people. They're in the yellow. Now, if you my friend, you hang out with people like that. Here's the thing. I'm not inviting them to any shit I have. Do not bring them to my shit. Don't let them be your plus one. Green and blue is what you bring as your plus one. Don't bring a yellow, okay? Now, if you have your own party, your own function, and they just happen to be there, some of them yellow folks, listen, that's your house. That's your circle. It ain't for you though. But if that's your circle, that's the crowd. I mean, look, it's your situation, whatever. It is what it is. Now, orange, because it's before we get to red. Orange is you're the best friend or the spouse of a person that I am definitely not cool with. For example, orange would be Malcolm Kenyatta's husband. Now, Dr. Matt, as a person, I think he's decent. He's a decent guy. But he's in the orange category because, listen, at the end of the day, and I should be in the orange category with him too. Because, I should be in the orange category too. There are certain spouses, certain people who are best friends with people that are my red. That orange, no. Don't invite orange. Don't invite orange. Orange should not be at either of your functions. Orange should only be there in a case of emergency, meaning that if we go somewhere and we bump into an orange, it's because it's our obligation. It's obligatory. Sometimes you got a job, you sit on a board, and you got to have orange there, right? Orange got to be there for whatever emergency reasons, right? And so that's tolerable, but it's still like, fuck that person, but I know you got a job. I get it, right? That's orange. Orange will never be anywhere near me unless it is a job function. So if you my friend and orange is something, orange should not be at your personal function. Yellow can be at your birthday party, but orange should not be at your birthday party. Orange should not be at anything intimate or personal because something gonna pop off. Orange should be at, okay, you got a big fundraiser, you got a big gala, you got an event that is public facing. So orange got to be there for business purposes. Fine. Okay? Fine. But orange may not have done something, but orange is in bed with the enemy. They sleeping with the enemy literally, okay? So, or they besties with the enemy, okay? So some people might look at me as an orange. Some people might see my husband as an orange. My husband be catching strays. He don't give a fuck because he knows what it is. But we know people like that, okay? We get that, right? Like I feel like, Melania Trump is orange for a lot of people. Melania Trump is just, she don't be, Melania Trump has no opinions. That woman be minding her business. But unfortunately, you're married to the president of the United States. Baby, it's an orange, okay? Now let's get, and I feel like that about Giselle Fetterman. I feel like Giselle Fetterman, John Fetterman's wife, lovely woman. Like I've known her, lovely woman. But now she's orange. Because you're right next to this, listen, she's orange, unfortunately, right? So then let's get to red. Red should be, is cold red. Under no circumstances, no. This is a person we don't fuck with. This is a person that, if they're there, I just won't be there. I'm sorry, I can't go. Love you, but if they're there, I won't be there. You gotta pick. Me or them. You better find a reason. I'm gonna be there. I will never sit with them. It's a wrap for me, okay? And so if you choose with that person in red, if that person's around, it's a wrap. And honestly, if you besties with this person, we can't be friends. Sorry. It's a non-negotiable for me. If you wanna, no. And they say, well, what did this be orange? No, I'm saying if you're choosing to double down. And let me be very clear. An orange is somebody that is friends or had the relationship prior to the relationship you and them had. You can't be friends with a red while you started off being friends with me. Then you automatically are red to me. An orange is that relationship was established before you came into the mix. And so you can't judge a person for that, right? Because, hey, it is what it is, right? Before y'all knew each other, before y'all had been acquainted, they already had that relationship. And I get it. Some people want to ride or die with their person. But let me tell you something about the oranges, though, with the reds. If you're orange and you know your friend shit, why you ain't moving your friend to be better? Get your friend on a yellow tip. Just say, and I've seen some oranges become greens because they moved their person from a red to a yellow in situations I know about. But that's another conversation for another day. But if you, a red is a non-negotiable. That's a person that's just deplorable. That's just a person that it's just no. It's a no for me. Under no circumstances. It's just like absolutely the fuck not. Nellie Fitzpatrick is a red for me. I don't know. There's certain people. Helen Gim's a red for me. But low key, she might be an orange at this point because she has no power. But there's some people that's a red for me. I'm not going to name other folks, but there's some people. The co-founders of NABJ Philly is a red for me. They know who they are. A red for me. Just, I don't know. Because y'all messy. Y'all like, who those people in the red? Like, Janice Armstrong, it's a red. Melanie Burney, Michael Days, red. Cherry Gregg, red. But she's an orange because we're in the same industry, so we'll see each other. I'm just naming names. It's at this point, I don't give a fuck. Aaron Haynes, a red. I don't do backstabbers. Who else I'm naming? Because it's that episode. We just gonna name names. Who else is a red for me? Bobby Booker, red. Afia Tucker, red. I don't do backstabbers. I could go on. I don't care. Red. Don't bring around me. Don't want to be in the same room with them. If I can avoid it. Sometimes you can't avoid it because it's orange. You in an orange situation, an orange zone. Yeah. Who else? Who's else in red? Maybe that's enough for y'all to digest. Don't ask me why. But that's enough red for today. I don't enough oranges. Depending on the circumstances, some of them people are orange, so sometimes I have to be in the same space with them, but I don't but that'll be by my surprise. It will not be because of my choice. That's just what it is. It's no bitterness. I'm just being honest. You just know who you don't like. You just recognize the fake. You just go, yeah, that's not, I'm good on that. I'm just keeping it 100. It's just some people that it's just, there you have it. There's more people, but I'm not going to give y'all all my tea. But I just think I should say that because some people lately have been just thinking, oh, I'm going to put you on a panel. And I'm like, excuse me? No. No. People have asked me, I'll say this. I have said no to certain situations because I will protect my peace. Also, I know my value. I will never sit on certain panels with certain people present because I know my value. And I also understand that my value gives them relevance, right? If I sit on a platform with said person that's problematic and I'm legitimizing them in a way that gives them relevance or legitimacy in a way that I'm like, no, I can't validate that. Unless you want people to go at it. If you want us to be on the panel and duke it out and debate, yeah. But the people I named, they don't want to debate. They want to throw stones and hide their hands. Which they could do with other people that they claim they're friends with, but they're also backstabbing them and behind the scenes too. Oop. Just saying. I mean, we go in there this episode, Please ask, I will tell. So that's my litmus test on the red. But I say all this to say that there was a time where certain people were in power, like a Nellie Fitzpatrick when she was off as LGBT affairs director, and the way in which people like her lost positions of power and got canceled was because there were folks that called her out directly. They pulled up at stuff that she was at. They did not let her get away with the problematic things she was saying in the press. They let her get away with the lies that she was telling. They didn't let her get away with the insults and offensive things that she was saying at that time. They demanded this Mayor Jim King at the time, to be better, to step up and do more. And we got commissions. We got more diverse representation and leadership. We got an actual fair practice ordinance. Thank you, former council member at large Derek Green, that tightened restrictions and consequences for bars that racially discriminated so that if they did so and it was reported, they could lose their commercial license. That's real tangible state of legislation that has changed. You don't hear that as much about racial discrimination in the neighborhood ever since those policies were enacted. I mean, I'm not saying that racism is going in the neighborhood. It is still a thing, but you don't hear about it as much because of the fact that these bar owners know that there are actual consequences. They ain't gonna get little fines, little slap on the wrists. And at that time, people was clowning us. teasing us, joking with us, telling us that what we was doing wasn't making a difference, telling us that we were rocking the boat, calling us troublemakers. Y'all know, to get on my nerves. All of that kind of shit. But guess what? We achieved more. We did more than some of you all are doing with your little petitions and your little signs. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. So, moving along, what have I done this week? Summer is fully here, and I've been taking full advantage. This week is my last week of teaching for the summer at CCP. I'm not doing summer session 2. I did summer 1 of summer school, but I'm not teaching summer 2 because I want to enjoy my summer. Like, what's funny is that CCP does summer where they do, like I told you, they do 2 sessions. Session 1 is all of May through end of June, and then they do all of July and the mid of August, and then classes start in September. Yeah, to be honest, summer 2 is funny because summer 2 is really like all summer. Summer 1 isn't really summer. And so, because they start like early May and they end at the end of June, which, to be honest, that's when summer begins. So for me, I just like teaching. I don't want to teach my entire summer. Like, I want to be, because July is like peak summer, and you have August. Like, that's summer vacation. I got the vineyard in August. I got public speaking engagements all in July. I got all kind of gigs. Like, I can't, I'm not, y'all not going to take, no. Listen, no, you're not taking my summer. So I am only going to be teaching I'm going to be, this my final week, which it went by pretty fast, but it was a great time. And then I'm finally wrapping up designing my online course. I'm doing online courses. I'm creating an online public speaking course that's going to be asynchronous. And I'm designing it all scratch, like my own curriculum, assignments, everything. This is fascinating. I know, right? And so I'm putting the final touches on that, because once that course is designed and developed fully, it is going to be able to be taught every semester, and all I got to do is going to be like a system. The class is going to teach itself, and all I'm going to do is just grade assignments. Like, how cool is that? And I'll still be teaching in person, but this is an option for students and individuals who, have a different type of schedule. CCP allows for asynchronous courses and trainings that are not just only for in-person instruction, which I love. So, I'm in my academic era, my academic bag. Also, I'll say that for y'all later. But I'll be writing for I have a new writing publication gig that I am going to, that I won't tell you where it's at. I'm going to surprise you all, making my big debut, but I'm writing for a new publication. And it's, I want to say local, but see, I'm going to say local, and now you're going to know what it is, because it's not the Inquirer, fuck the Inquirer. You're like, well, what other places are out there? So I've already revealed it, but I'm not going to tell you the name of it. So if you guess it, you're going to get it right. And then if you don't, whatever, but you'll find out very soon. But I'm writing for a new local publication in addition to what I've already been doing. And I want to do this frequently because I love writing, but also I want to do local. I've been doing a lot of national writing, but I wanted to do something local that's more frequent, that is political, because lifestyle writing, like, look, Philly Mag is, as you all know, is in an interesting phase right now. There's been stuff in the press, and so right now they're in transition in different ways. And so a lot of the content they're producing is more lifestyle driven on a regular basis. I can do lifestyle stuff, but I like to talk about social issues and politics. And so whereas I will be still doing some of the bigger packages and projects for Philly Mag, which I'm still on contract, I still work with them, you don't see me doing the weekly columns and things because they're in a different era right now with what they're doing. They're in transition to, do some things. I can't speak on it, but you've seen some things in the press, so you kind of know what I'm talking about. But I know that people want to see me writing more frequently about social issues and political things and stuff more rapidly online. I want to meet the people where they're at. And I've been looking for an outlet locally that I actually like and respect and think I can do that type of writing for. And I found a good place, and I think it's a good fit. And so you'll see that the bag and the empire, expands, it does not decrease. And so you'll be seeing my writing in a certain place very, very soon. I've already wrote one piece that's about to come out very soon that I think is very timely, and I cannot wait for it to drop. So I'll just put that there. I'll just hint at that there for now. I'll just put that there. But I say all that to say that this summer, I'm happy to be wrapping up teaching for the summer. I enjoyed my students. My students were fabulous. Really liked them. It was great. They were great. But yeah, summer's here. Done some really great stuff. Kicking the summer off really nice. I was at the AKA in University City. They had a summer kickoff event at Level 28, which is this grand spot. I love Level 28. They do memberships for people who just want to be there in that area. They have a really great pool. One of the best cool clubs that can get you pool and also rooftop experiences, bars, social events, things like that. Level 28 is just gorgeous. But if you live in AKA in University City, you actually have access to that all the time. And if you actually stay at the AKA residence, they have a hotel situation. One of my favorite hotels in Philly, but I used to always do things there all the time. You have access to Level 28 as well, but they had a cute kickoff party that you all saw. They had great vendors, all aboard candy, which is owned by a woman named Melissa, co-owned by a woman named Melissa, who also works with Cashman Associates and Snack PR, which is a small boutique PR firm under the Cashman brand. I love Nicole Cashman. They have all aboard candy. They were one of the cool vendors that were there. Coco's, which y'all didn't even tell me about Coco's Gelato, but Coco's Gelato was fabulous. They had a little section there too. They had some great catering. They had Valley Forge vodka, which y'all know I love Valley Forge, my favorite local vodka. Tito's is my favorite national. Shout out to Valley Forge vodka. They had their vodka there, doing great cocktails, great food. It was a good time. It was lovely. But it was a great kickoff. I also went to Cafe Click, which is the Comcast location. So throwback to y'all who remember the little conclave area that used to be at Comcast, where they had the little epic fight that I will never forget. That was the big old brawl that took place during Center City Sips back in the day over at that Comcast pit. Well, that's no longer there. Comcast just said we ain't doing ratchet shit. We got this beautiful French themed outdoor, patio, eating area for the summer, outdoor eating, great, Aperol spritz, the whole 9 yards, open to the public, great daytime eating, vibes. So they had a kickoff event that I went to that was lovely, and it was just a good time to just hobnob with my friends in the corporate level. So that was fun as well. I also went to a Pride drag brunch at Wayward. They had a cool Pride drag brunch. It was with my favorite drag queen in the city, Brittany Lynn. Brittany Lynn had in the Philly Drag Mafia. They're all over the place doing some things. And so Jamarcus and I went there because we love a good drag brunch. Every Pride Month, I make it a point to always go to a drag brunch. I'm gonna always have my ones, and it's the only place I can go where I'm not gambling. It's legal. It's not for stripping. It's not for drugs. It is for a drag show. And at a time where drag shows are under attack, even in Philly, right? The Philadelphia Zoo, canceled their drag story time, which was an epic success. But they just, at the last minute, just shut it down. Very problematic. And the Philly Zoo, I'm very disappointed in them. I know they have a black woman running as executive director, running the place, whatever. But just for them to just kill that. And then the PR, who I will not name, to try to do a Pride theme event in lieu of the fact that they canceled that drag event. And the narrative was that they didn't want to piss off the Trumpers. Excuse me? Trumpers go to the zoo? I thought they were a part of the zoo because they were animals. But let me digress. I digress. But I just thought that was very cowardly. Was not a fan of it. I'm not really going to the Philly Zoo like that. Fun fact, I don't think I've been to the Philly Zoo. I think I went to the Philly Zoo once in my entire life. I've never been there in a while. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that. I just thought that what they did to Brittany Lynn and the Philly Drag Mafia just was not a good look. And for their PR person to be a white gay man, which again, I'm not going to name him, but y'all know who he is, was not feeling that, But I guess he'll just do more TikToks of hippos and keep recycling that and reminding everybody they did that hippo video for the 15,000th time. Oop. Yeah. So, moving on. The drag brunch was fabulous, by the way. I loved the show. It was cute. It was a cute brunch. It was a very nice brunch. And yeah, it was like $35, like a 4-course brunch that came with like all types of sweet treats and everything. It was really good. It was a nice time. Also, in addition to that, I went to no, let me back up before I get to the other event. Jaffa Bar. Okay, that's in Kensington. Okay, Jaffa. Now I've talked about them earlier this year. Mr. Johnson and I went on a lovely date in January there, and they had just opened. And I was a big fan. Now, this is the Michael Solomonov restaurant that started in Brooklyn. Abel, you already know what I'm talking about. Abel and I went. We went in Brooklyn when I did the Brooklyn. I had a Brooklyn book signing, and Abel and I went for cocktails. Abel's my college roommate at Penn, the overachiever. He's the one who got his bachelor's at Penn, got his master's from Harvard, and now getting his law degree at Columbia. He's engaged. He's going to get married very soon, so he's off the market. I know. You're like, where are the cute, educated, black men? Well, they're already taken, honey. They're already taken. It's cool to say that all of my roommate from Mr. Johnson to Abel, all of us got Ivy degrees and married Ivy Leaguers. His fiance is also an Ivy Leaguer, and she's brown. So, the diversity, we kept it. I'm proud of all of us. We kept the diversity. We kept it in the family. Okay? I'm just saying, But, yeah, we went to Jaffa. We both went. Solomonov had hit me up and got me a reservation back when it opened in Brooklyn. This was like during the pandemic. And I loved it there. And I remember telling him, you should bring Jaffa to Philly. And he did. Dreams come true. And Chicago is coming to right here. But anyway, I was like, you should bring this to Philly. And he did. And it's been a hit. I really love it. It's like an Israeli seafood situation. And they now have a brunch. And the brunch, I'm happy to report to you, is popping. Great brunch. Great daytime. Jamarcus and I went. We went to the drag brunch. Yeah, we did a lot of eating this past weekend. We went to the drag brunch and we went straight there to Jaffa to try out the brunch situation. And we had a time. He loved it. He was a big fan. He was like, he could see himself going to this place, like, in general. The outdoor, I went at night. The first time I went was at dinner at night. I had not experienced it in the daytime. It is beautiful. The sunlight to the window ratio, the brightness, the citrus drinks, the lovely, everything about that just feels like a great outdoor. I mean, they don't do dining outdoor al fresco, but they're upstairs, well air conditioned, very bright, very glowy. The cocktail themes they have a drink called the Jungle Bird with this this aloe plant like in the drink. Wonderful. They have a really great rendition of the Aperol Spritz. That was great. That Jaffa burger is everything. One of the best burgers in the city. I said that the first time I went. Now everybody is saying it. Look how influenced they are. But that Jaffa burger is stellar. Still stellar. It is on there. They have it on their brunch menu. They have a shakshuka that is to die for. That shakshuka is one of the best shakshukas in the city. If I was at Eater, I would be doing a list of the best shakshukas in Philly, and that would take the cake. Next to, let me shout them out. Renata's. Renata's got the best shakshuka in the city, bar none. Okay? Renata's in West Philly got the all-time best shakshuka. Debate your cat. I know y'all want to talk about cafe, blah, blah, blah. Nah. No, they got the spicy level. But Jaffa is good too. Jaffa up there. Definitely top 4, top 5 shakshukas I've had in Philly. But baby, that Renata's, no one's touching that Renata's. They got other cocktails that are really good to drink. Good food across the board. Dessert, oh my God, they got a key lime meringue. They got the meringue on top with the key lime. That is a great dessert. A very good dessert. Very summer. Love them. Love them down. What else they had there? They had this special type of donut that was good with a coffee cream puff thing. Oh God, that was good too. They call it a donut, but it's a special type of donut that's really doing something that is beyond, okay? Very good as well. Oysters, top oysters, some of the best oysters in the city. Definitely top 5 for oysters in the city. I mean, y'all know Oyster House do it big. Y'all know Vernick Fish. Okay, you know. Okay. Now let me go back up real quick about that Pride drag brunch because Wayward. People said Wayward has fallen off. Wayward's got some new chefs in the kitchen. Wayward is making a comeback. I know some of y'all have told me that Wayward, because Wayward, when they first opened, was on top of the world. Wayward has made a comeback. I do like what the Wayward is doing right now. I think the Wayward is worth a visit for brunch. That breakfast sandwich was stellar. The breakfast sandwich they had on that menu was top tier. And it is cute. And if you're looking for something that's chill, it is definitely one of the best hotel restaurants. And looking back, I did a list of hotel restaurants, and I should have, well, at the time, Wayward was not doing what they was doing. But go back there. If you was missing Wayward in the vibe, I would say give it another try. They got a new chef doing some new things, and I just want to make sure I put that plug out there for them. Now back to Jaffa. Jaffa's oysters. I like the variety. I like the fact they mix it up and match it. Now, other place to get oysters at that I'm also a fan of, Pearl and Mary. We cannot forget Pearl and Mary. Y'all know I like me some Scholston. I like me some Michael Scholston. I just, he's always going to have a special place in my heart for various reasons. Y'all need to know why, but he knows why, and his team know why. Michael Scholston just do it for me. He just do it for me. I appreciate him. I like him. He's a nice man. Those oysters, Pearl and Mary, they seafood towers are great. I'm just thinking about the all-time goats. Who else am I thinking about? I'm thinking about Vernick Fish. You know, they do a good oyster situation at Vernick Fish. We cannot sleep on them. Of course, Oyster House. Duh. Jaffa, I love Jaffa. Look, I know y'all gonna get mad at me for saying this, and it is what it is, but I don't care. Y'all play with Lock Bar. Some of y'all like to play with Lock Bar, but Lock Bar got some good branzino. I will never forget their branzino. I know y'all get a little funny with them, but I think that Lock Bar, what they do and what they have done for the city of Philadelphia and what it gives is fine. I know I don't give a fuck about that bad review. Look, I don't care. I like Lock Bar. It is what I like. It does what it do for me, and y'all can debate your cat on it. But real folks know, okay, what Lock Bar is, and the city deserves nice things, and Lock Bar is a nice thing. And I think sometimes we just don't appreciate what it's giving. See, people from Houston, people from other cities like a Houston, like Atlanta, understand why a Lock Bar needs to happen. Downtown must have a Lock Bar type of thing. Baltimore tried to tell y'all don't listen. Philly, y'all gonna ruin that place because y'all don't appreciate it. Don't y'all ruin a good place. See, a real good downtown metropolitan deserves a variety of different things, restaurant-wise, for different reasons. We deserve an upscale chain that's going to do something, that's going to serve a purpose. See, some of y'all want everything to just be original and boutique. No, you have to have a Steak 48 downtown. You know, Capitol Grill is debatable, but you have to have stuff like that. And it matters. It matters. Not everything does not need to be a bunch of chains. Let me clarify. Everything don't need to be chains. But there's certain things that need to be in a downtown to make it accessible and also just open and live up the city. We're just not going to be able to put original restaurants, experimental restaurants, and crazy fine dining. You don't know how to build a city, okay? And you're talking to a girl who grew up, look, 3 major American cities, baby. Chicago, Houston, Philly. So you're talking to someone who understands. Philly got this thing where they want to make everything their own. What is happening downtown, I have some disagreements with. Because I'm tired of y'all all these speakeasies. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All these little speakeasies is not going to be the answer either. Like that newsroom, skip. Y'all see all these people trying to post wannabe influencer girls that hate the all these wannabes. Oh, I really like newsroom, y'all. Go to it, she said. Child. Pass. Hard pass. Don't go. Wait, don't waste your time. Skip that. Skip newsroom. Skip it. Don't go. Don't waste your time. There's nothing special about newsroom. It's hype. Hype. Not worth the hype alert. Don't go to newsroom. I said it. I don't think it knows what sin wants to be honest. I don't get it at all. I think it's a combination between Sampan and Fabrica. Like if Fabrica and Sampan had an ugly child, it would be that. I don't get the Asian bites. I think they're like like they're taking different recipes and hobnobbing them. The portion sizes are small, mediocre. I don't get it. The dances or something that they got doing acrobatics. Why? What's the point? I don't understand what they're trying to do. I just feel like it's forced. And the whole speakeasy thing is, ooh, underground club. Oh, stop it. Corny. I feel like everybody's trying to do an underground speakeasy ever since Mazzina Social Club and Polizzi took off. And I feel like a lot of these places that have just not been hitting the mark. Nothing about these places feel exclusive. It's the same people. It's the same concepts. I'm not impressed. It's a trend that I want y'all to kill in Philly. Can we kill that trend? Can y'all stop trying to be Chicago? Chicago has the best speakeasies in the country. Period. I'm here to tell you all that Chicago does it the best. Also because they've been doing it since the Prohibition era, okay? Since Al Capone. But they still do it well. And Philly keeps trying to do it. Look, there's a couple of decent places, but you all have overran this to the ground. Everything can't be an underground speakeasy. Everything can't be exclusive and reserved. Let it go. But yeah, back to Jaffa. I loved everything. I think the brunch is worth going to. Return. Try out the brunch. The brunch, I like a spot that can do both. We like a verse restaurant. It's giving verse top. I like a spot that can do a good dinner and a good brunch lunch situation. Not too many restaurants in Philadelphia can do the same. Some places are just good for dinner. Some places are just good for brunch. Some good places are just good for nothing either. So you want to know what are my favorite like place that can do a good brunch and a good dinner? I say Park. I know that's cliche, but Park is very good across the board. I think sometimes people make Park a little overrated. I think y'all some people really gas Park up. Park is a very good, solid, decent place to eat. Is it one of the best places in the world? No. Is it the worst? Absolutely not. I think it's a very good, decent restaurant. I don't think it's phenomenal, but I don't think it's mediocre or basic either. I think it's a very solid, decent, good restaurant. If you're in Rittenhouse, it's a staple. Go. Okay, right? Good brunch, good lunch, good dinner. I think they just do it solidly well. Another great place that does both really well. The Love. I think the Love have a really great dinner menu. I think they do a really great brunch. A Kitchen, great across the board. Dinner great, lunch great, brunch great across the board, right? I like all the variety, right? They do it well. Places that have a good brunch, but the dinner not so good. Okay, let me go back to a place that do both well. Rex of the Royal, great brunch and great dinner. Okay, let me go back. And I went there this week. Shout out to them. Chef Ange. I went out to a lot of places. Shout out to Rex of the Royal. Chef Ange did her dinner series there. She's the culinary executive, culinary voice there that does menu creation, recipe development there at the Rex of the Royal. One of my favorite all-time restaurants. They just did a West African dinner series with a chef there that was fabulous. Reason why I'm shouting you out is that Brian Mirbot, who's a great friend of mine, his wife and I are really great friends. Kelly, we're all good friends. We're family at this point. He is doing a dinner with Chef Angie August 4th at Rex of the Royal. If you're not going to be at the Vineyard with me, y'all, and you don't know what to do, before you book any summer travel, please go to that. I've had his food. He's cooked dinner for me several times. I had a lovely seven fishes dinner situation there. And let me just say this, I will be in Philly for Christmas this year. I'm not going to be in Houston for Christmas this year. I want to do a Philly Christmas, and I go down south every Christmas, and I want to mix it up this year. So I will be in Philly. Mr. Johnson will be in Philly for Christmas this year. And I want to do a Philly Christmas situation, and I'm planning some things. I got some stuff going on. But that means I get a chance to do seven fishes. And I didn't get the last time I did seven fishes with Kelly with the Mirbots. This was in during the pandemic when I couldn't do any travel, and I was like in 2020, I believe. To the Mirbots who's listening, if y'all listening, I am free. If you are doing seven fishes Christmas Eve or whatever, whenever you're doing it, I will be able to come this year. So if you're doing it, please invite me. I would love to come. Any Italians that I know that are doing a seven fishes situation, I will be able to come this year. I'm going to be doing Christmas in Philly this year. I'm going to mix it up. I want to mix it up. I want to do Christmas in Philly. Something just tells me like I just want to do something different. So please, if you are Italian and you want to have me come over for your seven fishes, I will come. Any of you all who do that, I love that. I really did. And I never got a chance to do it any other time in my life because normally I will always be home. But this year I wanted to mix it up. So anyone's doing seven fishes, let me know. I will be coming down there. I'll come to your house and have it if you're doing it right. Okay. Shout out to all of my Italians who are doing seven fishes, because that was fabulous. And I still remember that. That was like 5 years ago, and it's still one of the fun, most creative holiday dinners I've done in a while. So I will be in Philly. Now, I've had Brian Mirbot. I've had his cookouts. He's done summer parties. I've been to the house. He can cook his ass off. He has a range. And now he has a company. It's Mirbot Hospitality. They're doing their thing. Okay. Let me tell you this. He is going to be collaborating with Chef Angie Brown at Rex of the Royal, August 4th. Tickets are on sale now. Go to Rex of the Royal, go on their page, and buy tickets. Tell them I sent you. First of all, those are two of my favorite chefs in the city, in the area. I have a list of chefs that I love, and both of them I love because I will eat their food anytime in the season. Okay, Chef Angie can cook for me any day. She makes jambalaya for me. She makes gumbo for me. She be sending fried chicken to my house. Y'all know how I feel about her and her chicken. They're collaborating. The two goats are collaborating on a menu, which when I tell you, I am so irked. But I've already booked these plans forever, and I'm not going to renege. But they're collaborating together to do a menu together, and I hear it's going to be fabulous. I've heard that there's going to be octopus on the menu. I know how I love about octopus. I won't tell you what else is might be in that menu, but you should go. Get your tickets. It's July 4th. If you're not at the Vineyard with me, take your ass over to Rex of the Royal on Monday, August 4th. Get your tickets now. I think it's like a 5-course menu with a moosh boosh and other things in between. $95 per person. You will not regret. The portion sizes are great. The food is fabulous. If you saw what I had this past week on Monday, and what I love is they do it on Monday. Shout out to Mondays, because a lot of times restaurants are not open on Mondays. A lot of times restaurants are like, doing what they do. And you all are like, oh my goodness, what should I do? What should I eat? What should I do? They are fabulous. I highly recommend that. Now, back to brunches, restaurants that are good, have a good brunch, but don't have a great dinner. I know people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but it's time for me to be honest. I'm not a food editor anymore. I can be honest about things. Wilder has great lunch, great brunch. Dinner, you could skip dinner and be fine. But that lunch and brunch situation there is fabulous. Wilder has a great lunch and brunch. I'm not crazy about the dinner. Other places that I'm thinking about that have great brunch, but dinner I'm not running to. Okay, Booker's. I gotta say it. Booker's have fallen off on dinner. But y'all knew this already. But brunch, a solid brunch. Always a good time to go there for brunch. I'll just say that. Other places. See, there is that strip. You know what? We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave it there. Because I don't want to go into a diatribe. I want to stay focused. We're just going to stop there. We're going to leave the conversation right there. We're going to leave it right there. We're going to leave that conversation right there. Because I was about to go down a rabbit hole and I didn't want to, we'll do that another time. Other things that you all asked me about that I want to make sure I shout out. There is a lovely Black woman-owned juicing spot that I was hype about and you all were hype with me. And I was telling you about this and I want to shout them out because they are fabulous. So there's this place called Made with Love Juicery. They are just a great spot. I really like them a lot. They're located on 1925 Fairmont Avenue. They have true cold pressed juices. I'm actually sipping on one. They make some great smoothies, but they also have some really great snacks and lunch bites, gourmet toast and paninis. They're open every day of the week. We love a place that's open every day of the week. Open every day of the week. And they are open around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., 8 to 9 a.m., but they're till 5 p.m. They close on like 5 to 4. But their hours are typically around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and they close around 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. So they're great. The woman who owns the spot is a Black woman. Her name is LaTanya Brown. Black woman. She's the founder and owner. Her story is just everything to me. So she basically gained 100 pounds during her pregnancy. She was working at Whole Foods and she just wanted to just change up her eating habits. And she got into juicing. Now, to be clear, she didn't just go just juicing alone, but she, understood her body and really took up juicing and really was making her own stuff and really got into it. And now she has a whole shop that's been thriving. Woman-owned, Black woman-owned, local, everything's local. They make their stuff fresh. They have all types of great fruit platters that they make. They make acai bowls. They have all types of really fun beverages and drinks, blue magic drinks, vegan drinks, all kind of stuff. They have a really cool full pantry, seasonal drinks, flavors, all kind of stuff. You got to go by and check them out. So yeah, they're open now. So I just want you all to check them out. Look at what they got going on. She stopped by and just let me see a kit of all her different juices that she do. She has, her stuff is gluten-free. Her stuff is vegan. She doesn't use any, added, dyes and all that kind of stuff. Just really good, wholesome beverages and items. So I highly recommend them. Just wanted to put that out there. And then lastly, before we move on to hot topics, I just want to say this because it happens every year at this point, and you all have been doing it since 2020, and I need y'all to stop. So, Juneteenth. The Juneteenth flag is red, white, and blue. This is an American holiday. This is a Black American holiday. This holiday is specifically focused, you all like freedom. Let me be very clear. The freedom of enslaved Black Americans. The freedom of enslaved Black Americans. This is a Black American holiday. This is a reflection of that. That flag is red, white, and blue for a reason. Here's what I need you all to know. Black folks who just started celebrating this originated in the South. And all of you Northerners and East Coasters, let me get you all the fuck together about this because this grinds my gears and I am now ready to say something. As somebody who grew up in Texas as a Texan, I have known Juneteenth my entire upbringing. Red is a big color, right? You would eat things with red, right? You would have hot sauce on chicken. You would have watermelon. This is a symbol. Red was a symbol. These colors, this is about reclaiming. This is about celebrating. This is about identifying your space. This is about Black people recognizing what America is to them and how that freedom looks like for them. It is not about American patriotism in the white context. Why I say this is because your Pan-African colors, your reds, your greens, your all of these, this is not Kwanzaa. in the summer. This is not a summer Kwanzaa, okay? The tribal African banjos and the tribal, listen, all of that is whatever, but that is not a part of this Black Americana experience. A lot of you all have taken and reappropriated. This is a sign of cultural appropriation. And yes, folks who don't know, I know you Northern Blacks got freed a lot earlier. I get it. And there's a lot to be said about Juneteenth because a lot of y'all don't even understand the real history of Juneteenth. And even the way it's been told has been bastardized. Like, there's so much wrong with it. Michael Harriot does a really great explainer about it. There is some truth. There's a lot of history about it. I don't want to go through a history lesson with you all. I just, you know, read it. Look up Juneteenth, Michael Harriot on Google. He will tell you the real true story. Because the way in which this story has been told is not even accurate, and it's okay. I get that it's a certain narrative that y'all want to hear. But Black folks, let me just say this. Let me just tell y'all one thing. That date, June 18th, was not the day that Black folks in the South knew they were free. There was not some letter. We been knew. There were days when we found out. Even the general, but I don't want to go there. All I want to say is that we will just reflect, we'll just celebrate June 18th. We'll just observe the day and go about our merry way. Okay, now that's done. I'm sorry, June 19th. June 19th. We will reflect on June 19th and just make it the day for whatever reason. But anyway, the merit of the holiday still matters and still exists, and I'm not going to get all historical on you all. But if you want to know the real true story about Juneteenth, Google Michael Harriot Juneteenth, and his story, his telling with his historical archival information is right. And his book is really good too. But Black as Fuck History is quite the read. So back to the colors and appropriation. So a lot of people on the East Coast like to use very much so Kwanzaa colors, Pan-African colors and symbols. And you all do not embrace the flag, do not use the flag, do not share the flag, do not actually acknowledge the actual Juneteenth flag, which is very heartbreaking. You all skew as much away from those colors because you think you're making a political statement, and wrong. See, this is the issue. White people do not own the red, white, and blue colors. White Americans do not own any of those colors. You are not doing yourself a service by erasing and denying the Black cultural history of those colors and how we used it and what it means to us for Juneteenth. You are actually erasing the history. You're actually giving power to white supremacy because you're making them feel like they own it. And to the white corporations and companies that continue to not use red, white, and blue during Juneteenth, you too are basically trying to other us and you're furthering the otherness and also the really problematic censoring of whiteness on those colors. I don't like to call Juneteenth a Black July 4th, but it is closer to that than it is the Kwanzaa, okay? I will say that, okay? I don't like to say Black 4th of July because honestly, no. But what I want to be clear about is that it does, both of those holidays, quote unquote, celebrate freedom to somebody, right? It celebrates some level of freedom. Clearly, 4th of July was not celebrating freedom for Black people because we were still enslaved, but Juneteenth does celebrate freedom for Black Americans in that regard of that experience to us around June 19th, right? It does do that. So there is that parallel, but I don't go around calling it the Black 4th of July. I just hate that we do that kind of stuff, right? Like, no. Like when y'all say Viola Davis is the Black Meryl Streep, cut that shit the fuck out. Viola Davis holds her own. Her unique experience as an actress is what it is, okay? Meryl Streep is a white woman who has her own white historical experience as an actress, and she's great, right? But let's not do that. Let's not do that. We have to stop doing that, right? The Black this, the Black that. No, it is just it. Juneteenth is its own celebration. For you all to try to turn it into a Kwanzaa in the summer is just really disrespectful. And I just really, I do feel some type of way because it is something that I know I've experienced. I've been to Juneteenth parades. I know what it's supposed to be. And I just hate how much East Coast folks just really try to act like they're doing something better and remix it. Just kind of like the way, you know, Before I Let Go got remixed, and we just not going to talk about that. Like, leave the original song alone. But it just makes me have that cringy moment when I'm just like, why did y'all do that? Like, it's a great song. We don't have to stop remixing shit that you know anything about. Please do the history. If any of you all who have nonprofits and corporations that you know that is doing Juneteenth, please tell all of your friends, all of your companies, all of yourself, even yourselves, do not share flyers and graphics commemorating Juneteenth with those colors. It's red, white, and blue, or who the fuck are you? Okay? Red, white, and blue. Use the Juneteenth flag. Show the history. Show that. Acknowledge that. Pay homage to those symbols. Okay? And I say this because there is a problem in this country. Like when people got mad that Beyonce was on the horse for Cowboy Carter, it was a lot of red, white, and blue. It is her reclaiming the history. She is a Texan. It's all a part. Do y'all even know the history of black rodeos? Even country music. Oh, she's doing country appeal to white people. Country music was originated by black folks. There's a custom here. The banjo comes from Africa. Like, y'all have to understand what y'all talking about. Sometimes people can get so woke that they actually get stupid. Sometimes you get so woke that you get stupid because you're actually not educating yourselves on what the issues are. You're so in defense to a thing that you don't even know what they are. Anytime something is black that's being led by black people on something, take some time to educate yourself on what's the cause. Now, if it was a white person or somebody that clearly is not from the culture that was trying to force feed us holidays that are not ours, yeah, I will understand that. But there's a reason why specifically Beyonce was on that horse, wore that outfit, and did it. There's a whole history around that. If you don't know it, just say what you don't know. As a famous mayor, Sherelle Parker, once said during a debate that I moderated, if you don't know what you don't know, just say you don't know. I agree. That was a very iconic quote. I will never forget that. It is so basic, but yet it's so profound. Because that's how I feel when I hear you all. If you don't know what you don't know, just say you don't know. It's okay. You don't understand. It's okay. Stop. I just want to say that because you're doing harm. It's disrespectful. Before you go out your way to disparage this black woman on what she's doing with Cowboy Carter and what that meant and what that country music meant, take some time to fucking educate yourselves. Or just shut up and let somebody teach you. Listening is also an option. Doing something is also an option. So I had some people tell me, oh, I did do the Pan-African colors because this year I just feel conflicted, to do anything with red, white, and blue because of the state of the country. Listen, it's not an American flag that we're waving. It's not an American flag that we're acknowledging, boo-boo. Because is that you saying that if you're Haitian, do y'all know what the colors are on the Haitian flag? Do y'all know what the colors are on the Parisian flag? Liberia, anyone? Do y'all know those colors? No? Oh. Because if you know what the colors are on those flags, you would know that those colors are not American colors. See, you got to decentralize and decolonize your fucking mind. Before you act like you radical with the Juneteenth colors, you got to decolonize your own mind. You need to understand before you try to understand. You're perpetuating the white supremacy and colonialization by thinking that red, white, and blue is automatically those colors. Did I not tell you all that 4th of Jamarcus was red, white, and blue? We wasn't doing 4th of July for America. Listen, I just think y'all need to do a little bit more work. Some of y'all just acting out and showing out, and it's not helping you. Just please. And then, because you all were extra nosy, want to know this, and I do want to tell this. So I did something for the first time this past weekend. The Lit Brothers minus Gio, Dr. Gio. We went with Lauren Footman. We went to the Pyramid Club. My bestie Lauren and I. It was myself, it was Josh, it was Jamarcus, it was the 4 of us. We went to the Pyramid Club and we participated in an event called Dining in the Dark. Never done it before. It was an interesting experience. So basically, you're blindfolded and you have a 3-course meal and you're blindfolded and they let you choose 3 different options. They have something for pescatarians. They have something for meat eaters, and they have something for vegetarians or vegans. I think they're vegans. I think it's like a vegan dish. Like everything's vegan. Yeah, vegan. So it's pescatarians, vegans, and meat eaters. So if you do pescatarian, you get all seafood-based things. So you get fishes, you get fish, you get shrimp, you get different things. And if you're a meat eater, you get a variety of different things. You get chicken, you get whatever. They're very big on allergies, so they're very good on making sure that if you let them know what your allergies are, for the most part. Now, some stuff might be too extreme, so don't get too picky. But they do try to help with some things that you may not like. So I don't like ketchup and I don't like mustard. Like, I just hate that on anything. Anything else I'm down to eat, but I just hate ketchup and mustard. Like, do not put ketchup on anything. Do not put mustard on anything. I hate it. Ugh. Do not like it. Do not like it at all. But everything else I'm pretty much open to for the most part. I mean, I have other things I'm not crazy about, but I'm not going to just act like I cannot absolutely eat it. But if you put ketchup on a burger, send that shit back or I'm going to give it to somebody else. If you give me mustard on something, I'm just going to, I don't like it. I do not like those things. I'm a very condomless-esque girl. I did not say condomless, but I'm a condiment-less person. Well, I'm a married girl, so I'm both in this case. But in the conversation, the spirit of this conversation, no condiments. So, yeah, they will adjust all of your allergies, whatever versions for the main part. So if you can't eat berries, they will take berries off the dessert. So I do like the fact of that. It's $65 per person. That does not include liquor. So what they do is they give you a blindfold, and you get to keep the blindfold, which I enjoyed. I had fun. So after dinner in the dark, I had fun in the dark later that night. So they give you a cute, really good cushion blindfold. And pretty much it's like a sleeping mask, like the traditional sleeping mask type of blindfold. So it's not like Zorro. It's less Zorro. It's more go to bed at night sleep mask. So they put it over your eyes. Well, you put it over your own eyes. And the cocktails, you can drink, but all cocktails are served in a very like whiskey glass, like a small mini whiskey glass portion size, so that can reduce your ability to tip over and knock something over. They also do serve wine. However, the wine is served in an actual wine glass because they have a stem. Well, I did fuck up in the dark, and because the stem was in front, I was moving my hands trying to participate, and I did end up knocking over my glass of wine. It was not that full, so I was okay. But I say all this to say that the wine glass did fall, and I did spill wine. So wine, like I will say, I'll explain to you when you should drink the wine, but I will give you this. What they do is they do blindfold you, and they blindfold you. Well, you get the blindfold, and you close your eyes, and they bring the food in front of you. I'll tell you when you should drink and when you don't drink. So they put it in front of you. They put everything in a bowl. There was no plates, which I did like. Was there plates? We ate, we didn't have a plate. We had a bowl. So, you get a fork. You get the fork in your hand. You right next to it. Everything's up close. So you get to pick at things and you're trying to navigate through it. And you eat it and you're trying to guess what it is. So the first dish, I thought I had sausage and a potato salad. But I actually had a chicken applewood chicken chorizo with potato salad. That was interesting. My second dish, I had a barbecue chicken thigh with cornbread. And then the dessert was a strawberry shortcake, was it a shortcake, like a biscuit shortcake with berries and things. It was like a summer dish or whatever. That was really good as well. Very seasonal, like a summertime dish, because it was the kickoff of the summer. But what happens is that when you have your eyes blindfolded, then they tell you, they do a whole guess what they go through each rounds, like the seafood people, the meat dish eaters, and then the vegans. They ask everybody to guess when you're blinded. Then you take off your mask and then you see what you actually ate. So what I recommend is drink during the time in which you're in between courses. Do not try to drink while you're having the courses. It's just going to be a mess. So that's my word of advice. Do not drink while you're eating your course. Drink in between the courses. So there's a nice gap space in between each course where there's a time for you to hobnob and talk. And then they'll be like, okay, they'll ring the bell and they'll go, okay, we're going to bring the next course. So then you blindfold yourself because they're about to bring the next course. And then you stop drinking and then you eat the food. That's how I have to pace myself because I was trying to drink. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't recommend that for anybody involved. So, fun event. Follow them. They're with a company called Rave or Fever. No, the company's called Fever. Fever events. And they do all kind of different events in the city. But I did enjoy it. It was really fun. It was memorable. I'm definitely going to do it with Mr. Johnson. I think I'm going to definitely do it with my younger brother. He would like something like that. He actually was curious when he saw me on IG. So it's definitely a cool, I think, reasonably priced experience to do. I'm curious to try it with seafood because when I was there, the seafood dishes seemed to be more tantalizing compared to the meat dishes. But I feel like I'm going to do it meat with the Lip Brothers. I think we're going to try seafood next time, maybe. And then with my husband and my brother, I think we're going to do meat so they can all see it because I want to try out the meat and see what kind of meat because they do different types of courses, so I want to try. But I've heard word on the street the seafood typically is the more surprising dishes. But I'm going to do this multiple times. I'm going to come to a verdict. But I do recommend Dining in the Dark. It is a very fun, creative experience. Memorable, very memorable, and very fun, very surprising. It's a different way to dine. So, they did it at the Pyramid Club, but I hear they do different locations all across the city. So, check it out. So now, to Hot Topics. So it looks like we're going to war, or it looks like we're in some situation. Now, depending on who you talk to, some people will say we're not at war. America's not at war with Iran. They're at war with Iran's nuclear base, which to me is translation, we're at war. I don't know what other way to say that. So choices are made, and clearly those choices did not include Congress, right? The president decided that, I guess this is the United States of Israel. I guess him and Bibi Netanyahu, who's the prime minister of Israel, I guess they got a little, they just exchanging numbers to each other, and they got this, they got to understand an agreement that the rest of us don't seem to be knowing what's going on, including Congress. Now, AOC, who is a congresswoman, of course, she is already beginning to say, look, there needs to be some impeachment going on because you just done sat up here and decided you was going to bring us into a war without authorization of Congress. We are, at this point, I think it's safe to say, constitutional crisis. I kept telling people we were in the brink, but now we're here, right? At this point, this president thinks he can do whatever he wants whenever he wants to, and it is what it's going to be just because. I don't understand how this is not a war. I guess in his mind, he's like, well, we didn't directly bomb, Iran like, a housing or, their regular place of living. So, because that's what happened between Israel and Iran. Like, they've been bombing and dropping bombs in residential areas. So they're clearly at war. But I'm just like, I'm sorry, if a foreign entity, another country, like, I don't know, a superpower like the United States of America decides to also do a strike on anything that's going on in the midst of that, don't that look like we done hopped in? This reminds me of that song Like That a year ago, where everyone keeps talking about Kendrick, they not like us. Listen, they not like us, all that euphoria, that was the war. That was that was what they was really, that was the nuclear aims. What people forget is the most important song in that entire fiasco was the song Like That, which was Metro Boomin and Future. They did their album, We Don't Trust You or whatever. That album, I like Future, but anyway. So that song featured Kendrick, and that's when Kendrick decides to just make all these major shots at Drake and the co-sign of Future and Metro Boomin, allows us to realize, oh, there's a little axis of power happening right here. This is what's about to start this war. This is the like that. What we're experiencing just now is the like that. That's when we knew it was on site, and that's when we knew it was a war. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at war. That is the this situation around this weekend that Trump dropped, right? Those missiles, right? That is the start of a war. That is the like that portion of this situation. That they not like us and all that. We haven't gotten there yet. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we get a J. Cole moment where, maybe, somebody will be pull a J. Cole and say we want peace. We're not going to go there. We're not going to get out of character. But given the immaturity of the people involved, we've arrived. I just want to make it very clear that I am super gay and unqualified to do anything military related. I just want to be very clear. I am homosexual. Just in case you didn't understand what gay meant, if you thought gay meant happy, I'm gay as in homosexual, as in like men, as in sexually attracted to men and men only. So gay that I'm married to a man, been with the same man for over a decade, have no history of sexual relations with any women. I've liked pictures. I've said they were sexy, but I meant it as an attraction of a flower. If there was ever a time you said don't ask, don't tell, please ask. I will tell. I have no use for any type of war. The only war I've ever had was on Twitter with people online. I have Twitter beefs. I don't have real beef. I have no bone in me. I'm a sissy. I don't have it. Just don't use me. Don't draft me. I am no good. Okay? Trump said he wanted to ban trans people from the military. I'm queer. I'm not transgender, but I'm in that bucket, I suppose, Whatever stereotype. Listen, you didn't want us. We're not man enough. Whatever you say, I don't want to go to war. I am not qualified. This is not my range. So, yeah. I just want to put that out there. Just letting y'all know. Because, it was, yeah, I don't have it in me. I don't. What's very telling is the next couple of days, this week, right? This has been a very eventful Pride Month on so many fronts. June is always the kickoff of summer. Always got it's woo. What is summer kickoff? This has become. We just don't know how to act. Don't know how to act. I will say I will be avoiding large crowds. I will not be. Listen, 4th of July, baby, will be at my house. Cause I don't even observe 4th of July. 4th of Jamarcus will be inside of a house. I will not be over there at Wawa Welcome America personally. I'm not going to risk it. I'm telling my listeners, I understand, y'all got y'all things and stuff. I can't tell y'all what to do in y'all lives. I just personally will be at home. If somebody has a grill or they're doing something at their house, I will stop by over there. But I will not be at any historical landmarks personally. I will not be, I won't be doing any of that personally. I'm not playing with it. When this announcement came, Trump had all the police and everybody outside the White House and everything. I'm like, oh, but you telling us not to worry though. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not playing these games. I don't trust this man. I don't trust this government. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to use common sense. Some of y'all need to go back to using common sense. I know it's not as common as it used to be, but goddamn it, you better do something because I don't trust this. I don't trust this. I don't. There's just too much. There's just too much. First of all, you didn't tell anybody. You just, it was supposed to be a 2-week. Remember, it was supposed to be like a 2-week peace situation. How we go from 2 weeks to 2 days? I don't trust it. At this point, I don't trust it. You got Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, sending thank you letters and love letters across the seas, being like, oh, thank you for the courage. Like, what? We all know that Netanyahu just wants to just do war. He's literally using the United States as his side bully to just fight all their wars and do all their shit and just keep the shit going. Load them up with ammunition, killing innocent people. Because there's another war. But I guess we shouldn't even call that a war. Because it's not even a war, what's happening in Gaza. It's not a war. The problem is you having a war with Gaza as if Gaza is at war with Israel. No, it was a Hamas, but at this point, I don't even I just don't see this. There's no fair footing. You're just killing innocent people at this point. It's a humanitarian crisis over there. Everybody can see that. You want to act like this is just a war, and everyone's like, oh, they started in October. Yeah, Hamas did, but to try to conflate Hamas with the innocent Palestinian families and communities is just intellectually dishonest. This is going too far. Hostages just need to be released immediately. Very true. But I just don't know if any of this consistent bloodshed is doing anything. So we're just going to keep killing innocent people to justify. I want to hear this, because if the United States, when the U.S. was doing things like this, with Iraq, everything else, people were saying, oh, this is just too much. We need to stop this. And then all of a sudden we're just, this is a cosign. This is what a cosign looks like. And if we don't understand what's happening right now, this is a cosign. Trump is not listening to anybody. He literally said that the intelligence community was wrong, including his own. A reporter asked him earlier this week, had told him, hey, your intelligence community is saying that there's no evidence that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Like, there's reports saying that there's no evidence that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. The director of national intelligence even said this, and the reporter told him, your own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has even said this. And he even said Tulsi Gabbard was wrong. This is Trump. Trump doesn't want to listen to anyone. We're walking into what reminds me of weapons of mass destruction. See, all of my millennials, and you boomers and Gen Xers know this, but remember millennials, we was growing up and we just kept hearing that word, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And then what happened? Like, what happened? What happened? There were none. All of that work, Saddam Hussein, that war, trying to have democracy in the middle in these countries, and in a total blunder. And so it just makes me wonder, like, is Trump starting a war to, well, this is final term. He can't get a third term. And I don't hope we remember that you didn't start a whole war. What, you want to continue the same leadership pattern? Because we can change leaders after your term. J.D. Vance is trying his hardest to get messaging across. He has no power. Angry Teddy Bear has no power. This man is literally, Grumpy Care Bear, Angry Care Bear. I don't know. He's aging badly. He looks a mess. He was on Meet the Press talking to Kristen Welker and was saying that, no, the U.S. is not, at war with Iran. It's Iran's nuclear program. I was like, what kind of word salad? What kind of word salad? That's like if somebody said, oh, when, Pearl Harbor, the Japanese, they did not go to war with the U.S. They were just at war with the harbors over there near Hawaii. They were just going against the U.S.'s naval base. They was not at war with the U.S. They was at war with the American naval base. Isn't that how a war starts? I mean, modern history, 9/11, yeah, there was an attack on American soil, domestic, right? But most of the terrorist attacks, or attacks in general, the start of war is at wherever the area is that is a war base. Okay, I just there's no reason and rhyme with these motherfuckers. It's no rhyme and reason with these people. What I will just simply say is that I strongly doubt, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm very cynical that Iran is simply going to let this happen, choose peace, and they're going to move on. Somebody's going to get their lick back. I just want this country. I just want people to be smart. I just, Congress, get ahead of this. The Republicans who claim they don't like wars, yeah, what we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing right now? Because this right here, this is looking like something that hopefully no one should want, but you know, the stands keep, you know, the Trump mega stands, they inconsistent. One moment y'all don't like it, one moment you do. You don't want war. What are we doing here? Who's running this country? Just gonna leave it there. So it looks like Trump has been having his own beast with the GOP before this went down. Martin Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz. Seem like everybody is not agreeing with Trump right now with the way he's been conducting business. And this is prior to the war that we just got into. You know, it's something when Republicans and Trumpers, and I said this last week. If you would remember the last week's episode, I was saying that there was some infighting going on and some disagreement with the way that Trump was moving, because everything that he criticized the Obama administration and Biden of doing, he's now getting desperate leaning on that. He was the one who said on Twitter over a decade ago that he predicted that Trump predicted many years ago that, anybody who wants to provoke a war with Iran is trying to, maintain power. It's a weak move, yada, yada, yada. But Trump, you just did it. You just did it. And I just think it's interesting because all of these conversations about, starting wars and not having wars and being isolationist, that was the whole mega movement. The whole, we worry about what we got going on here. We're not trying to get in wars, and we not fighting. We not doing that. It's a waste of precedent. That was entire Trump's whole philosophy was that. Like, I didn't support the war in Iraq. And he agreed with Obama. Obama voted against that, but he dragged everybody else for doing it, right? And look what you're doing. And he's trying so hard to make this not look like it's a war, but it's like, what is this then? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? They're trying like this is this beautiful ass decision. Like, leadership decided to step up, and we did it without a single person being killed. Like, yeah, you did a sneak attack. Yeah, you did a sneak. Yes, you snuck on them. Yes, you did. But I just don't understand, like, listen to what Iran has been saying in their foreign see, this other thing too, if you listen to what they've been saying in the foreign press, the reaction of this is not good. There's a lot of very obsessed individuals who's obsessed with Israel. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute, because there's a broken clock that was right twice a day, but I want to see it said. See, we're going to have this conversation now, because now somebody else has said it. I didn't say it. You are not calling me anti-Semitic. I am not anti-Semitic. I am not. I am against anti-Semitism, categorically against it. I'm against Islamophobia, and I'm happy we can now have this conversation, because we had this conversation on Ernestly Speaking. I think a season ago, last season, season 7, we talked about this. We've talked about this very interesting topic. And now I'm ready to talk about it again, because now somebody else has said it, because somebody else has come under the fire, and now we can really, really have the conversation, because shit done going too fucking far. And now it's time to talk about what needs to be said, and now it's time to articulate it in ways that I've already talked about, but now we're going to go deeper, because now people are waking up across all party lines. Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz. Let's go. So let me start by saying that Ted Cruz is a piece of shit. Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit. They're a perfect trash duo. Dirt duo. Okay? Both. Tucker Carlson is no friend. Tucker Carlson is no ally. Tucker Carlson is no accomplice. Tucker Carlson supported Trump, voted for Trump, and the problems he's complaining about, he is still complicit and still in bed with that entity. He's no friend. He's no guy. He's nothing, okay? However, because I am a real person, I am still a person that can acknowledge when a point is made, even when I don't like the person or agree with the person. Unfortunately, the far right can never do that, okay? That's the issue that I be having with the Tommy Laurens of the world, is that they always do this thing when they can never see. I can't wait to come back on her show, Miss Tammy Lauren, because the problem with Tammy Lauren is that she lives in a universe where she can never say Mega's wrong. She can never critique any of these people because she feels like to do that is to somehow show a sign of weakness. And then she tries to hammer people like me, right? Black folks like me, who because she plays in that world, she thinks that I play in the same world of allegiance. I don't. But I will be willing to stand strong on major points, but I'm willing to concede to other things that I just don't agree with, because I'm not beholden to these institutions the same way. And it's so sad that we've got into a politically polarizing environment where the main people talking cannot acknowledge fault on either side or demand better. I thought the goal was to move people to be better. I lean Democrat because Republicans have lost their minds so much that I can't even I can't vote for none of those Republicans. None of them are worthy of a vote. I'm between moderate, centrist, progressive, liberal Democrats. There's enough diversity of ideologies within the Democratic spectrum than the Republican spectrum. They pretty much don't have any real diversity of opinions over there. Everything is like either far mega or silent, moderate conservative, which is really Democrat light at this point. There's nothing there. They have no political diversity of thinking. Democrats actually, or people within the Democratic spectrum, have more diversity of thought and political ties than the Republicans do. There's no real diversity of political thought. Either you're a full white supremacist or you are a closeted white supremacist. Either you are totally a mega evangelist / fascist supporter, or you are a cowardly racists that don't really have the balls, so you're complicit, which therefore means you are in bed with it, but you just are willing to not fully align, but you're still there. Hence, Mike Pence, right? What do you do with the Mike Pences of the world? Mike Pence came out and supported Trump's decision to bomb that, Iran facility. He supports the bunker shit. He supports this crap. Never has a spine. He'll come out one moment and say something, then come back. Ugh. What can we do with people like that? There's no use. There's no use. You're useless. Useless, right? But I have seen Democrats like AOC. She's a Democrat, right? But she's sitting back and she's pushing back and she's speaking up. Where are the Republicans like that? Where are the Republican AOCs? They don't exist, right? And the ones that do push back within their party are the Marjorie Taylor Greens, but they're still batshit crazy. It's terrible. It's terrible. So let me create that disclaimer real quick. These are all shitty people. But in that conversation between Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson made several strong points. Points that, unfortunately, if a black person would have said them, if anybody who was not a white Anglo-Saxon Christian or Jewish individual said, would have been labeled anti-Semitic. This is true. How do I know? Because I can tell you specifically, categorically, that there were other people that said similar points to what Tucker Carlson said about Israeli government intervention, and was hit with people from certain advocacy groups and organizations that tried to imply that they were being anti-Semitic for making the same points. And how I know this is that even in that conversation, the Tucker Carlson show interview, The only episode I've ever watched, the only one I probably will watch for now, right? That Ted Cruz conversation, one thing that stood out to me that was said was when he pushed back, Tucker Carlson pushed back against Ted Cruz, and because Ted Cruz tried to imply in subtle ways that he was being anti-Semitic or had an issue with Jewish people. And he was like, wait a minute, how dare you? And he said a big word that I have always been saying. The big word is conflation. Because Tucker Carlson was really being critical about the way in which the United States relationship with the Israeli government, the way that they're operating right now, Ted Cruz tried to imply that he was not trying to protect Jewish people, or he was not caring about the safety of Jewish people. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? Because that is a conflation. And you need to stop it, Ted Cruz. And a lot of people have been doing this. And I think we're at an interesting point now where folks are starting to call that out, because it's been going on for a very, very long time. People who criticize the Israeli government on how they operate as a war hawk has been told they're being anti-Semitic because they're not pro-Israel. Being anti-Israeli government is not being anti-Jewish. That is just like people who have tried this. George Bush tried it, where people who was not supportive of, we've seen this. I wrote about this in the Case for Council Culture. Does this not sound familiar? Dixie Chicks. They tried to say, well, they're now the chicks now. But back in the early 2000s, because the Dixie Chicks spoke out against the American military's decision to go to war with Iraq, they did not agree with George Bush's stance on this. There was a dogmatism and a conflation of saying that because they did not support that they were un-American, they were unpatriotic, and they were anti-American. Mind you, the Dixie Chicks were American. They are American. They just did not support that decision to go to war. How is that being anti-American, not supporting American people? A conflation, a dirty conflation. And so, to be very clear, I think that all religions, Islam, people who are Muslim, people who are Jewish, should coexist, that they should not be attacked because of their religious beliefs. However, I do not support the unchecked and uncriticized and uncritiqued Israeli governmental intervention in countries, and the way in which they are acting bullyish and hawkish right now in several instances. The fact that people should not be giving Israel endless amounts of weapons without any checks and balances. I do not support that. I don't support that in Israel. I don't support that in any country. I don't think the United States should be doing this anywhere. I am anti-war. I don't support war. I don't support giving weapons to anyone to just be able to just bomb innocent people. I don't support that at all. This is not a me versus Israel. This is me versus any country. I don't support this. So there are people in this world who do not like war. And now for you to try to conflate us being critical of Israel with not supporting Jewish people, how dare you? You're disgusting. That is not okay. You should be ashamed of yourself. And more of us should tell people that. More of us should be like that. And the way that Tucker Carlson got in Ted Cruz's ass about it and did not let go. We all need to do that. We all need to do that. We all need to speak up and tell people, how dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself. And that is how I feel. I have done so much around combating anti-Semitism. I was doing it in my college years. I have been at various spaces. I've always been someone against discrimination for all communities. And for people to sit up, certain Jewish people, not all Jewish people, but Jewish people who support the Israeli government in a very extreme way, to try to tell people that tell you, I do not support the way that Israel has been responding in these moments of crisis, to tell them they're anti-Semitic, this is the type of shit, this is not okay. That's problematic. Because see, this is the kind of shit that we've seen grifters do. Grifters do this. We've seen Black Lives Matter grifting happen, where the Sean Kings of the world who grift, that will say, if you don't support, my grift, then you are a racist. No, don't do that. Because I'm a black person. I see what you do. I don't even think Sean King is black, to be honest. But we see people in various communities. Every community have grifters that will tell you if you don't do it like this and do it this way, then you're this, you're that. Don't believe them. Don't believe them. Because you have to ask people specifically, how is this? And we are not asking those questions, but now it's time to push back and ask questions. I did it one day. Somebody recently said, what are you doing? You're being critical about Israel. I just don't want you, I'm concerned because, you've always been supportive of the Jewish community. I said, how is me being critical of Israel going against the Jewish community? Every Jewish person is not an Israeli. And every Israeli do not support the Jewish government. They're the ones asking for Bibi Netanyahu. Let me be very clear, because I've been to Israel. I have relations with people in Israel. I know Israelis that are in that country that are embarrassed, that are disgusted with Bibi Netanyahu. They don't like his ass. He is the Trump of the Middle East. He is the Trump of Israel. His power, his family. Do you know how many indictments and corruption that they were saying? He is not like the big old, he is not their Obama, baby. But see, that's the problem with education. Educate yourself. I went to Israel in 2012. I spent part of my summer there. I know some shit that y'all don't think I fucking know. I know people there. You can't tell me. Let me tell you something. They're going through it. They don't want all that shit going on. They're scared of Hamas. Let me be very clear. They want the hostages home. We all do. We all want the hostages to come home. We want people to be safe. But do not for 5 seconds think that country is rocking with that man. That man is abusing his power in that country. That man is so fucking problematic. They do not like him. They want a regime change. This man is spent his way more time. That man was prime minister. This man been there for over a decade in power. And he consistently put that country through it so he can maintain power. So let's keep it all the way 100. Okay? And this has nothing to do with Judaism. None of this have anything to do with being Jewish. None of this, people like me critiquing it. Now, Hamas, oh yes, Hamas is anti-Semitic. Hamas should be stopped. But to be very clear, you can still fight against terror and still critique the methods of war. Because the answer is not by any means necessary. It does not mean kill everybody, kill innocent people, kill hospitals and schools, kill everybody just because. Be Islamophobic, target Muslim people. Stop it. What we're seeing taking place, people have a right to critique war. And for you to try to conflate that with anti-Semitism, you make it harder. You make it to a point where that's why people are quiet. People should be speaking out against anti-Semitism, legitimate anti-Semitism. Saying that you do not support what Israel is doing in Gaza is not being anti-Semitic. There are Jewish people like Bernie Sanders that's being critical. What do you say about him? What do you say about all these Jewish students in Colombia that's protesting? What are you saying about them? You calling them anti-Semitic? Go ahead. Try it. See, there is a large swath of Jewish people who do not support how this is going out. But you look for every black person, you look for every Muslim person, because the racism and Islamophobia puts you in a position that even in your advocacy against anti-Semitism, you can be a racist because you're targeting, and you can be Islamophobic because you're targeting Muslim and black voices who have critique. Stop it. Every single time, stop it. It's unacceptable. This is not how you build solidarity. This is not how you build community. And it's about damn time someone speaks up. I speak out against anti-Semitism all the time. Legitimate anti-Semitism. Just like I do with racism. And like I do with sexism. We do it all the time. And homophobia, transphobia, I do it all the time. If you're somebody who wants to weaponize real bigotry in this country to justify doing inhumane acts, fuck you. And we got to start saying it to people. Fuck you. We have to say that to people because people do that across all communities. Sean King has weaponized atrocities against black and brown people, including what's going on, to push his own misinformation and grifts. Fuck him. J.K. Rowling has weaponized women's rights to be a transphobe and a TERF. Fuck her. You see that? It's not that hard to do that, y'all. It happens in every community where people will weaponize real legitimate issues to justify their own bigotry elsewhere. We see it. People have tried to do it. Stop doing it. There are people that I know in community. I've said, why are you going after Zohar and Mandy? Why are y'all going after him like that? Why are you all taking everything he do and trying to frame him like that? I have seen Andrew Cuomo darken his features on ads to try to make this man like anti-Semitic. He is not. Cut it out. You don't agree with his stance, but you know what? Stop it. That man is not anti-Semitic. It's disgusting. He is not. You got to stop it. You don't agree with him on his stances on these issues, fine. But just using, you know what's funny? People used to always say, anytime black people called out racism, they say we was using a race card. But we weren't in certain cases. In some cases, people were doing it to justify stuff. I'll give you an example. When people try to protect R. Kelly and abusers, right? Like Bill Cosby, they'll say, oh, you know, they're trying to tear down a black man. Bullshit. They ain't trying to tear down a black man. They're trying to take down an abuser. Don't try to use that man's race to justify that. Don't put that on black men. That's weaponizing racism. That's how you grift. When people do that all the time, and people even do it in our own community. Oh, Tyler Perry, we'll talk about that. They're trying to take down don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do that. Because when you do stuff like that, it creates a vacuum where you allow people to not take the real atrocities against people seriously. We're in a time right now that because so many people are calling people who speak out against this humanitarian crisis in Gaza, people who don't agree with the way Israel's acting in it, now everybody who speaks out is being called anti-Semitic, to the point that now anybody who does name acts of anti-Semitism are afraid to speak out and say something because now, assumptions are being made. So if you speak out against anti-Semitism, then people conflate that you support everything going on in Israel. Disagreeing with national policy does not defending the humanitarian, the humanism, the decency and humanity of folks. Like, what are we talking about? I do not agree with how Israel is handling Gaza. I love and respect the Jewish community. I do not agree with what Hamas is doing, but I recognize that Muslim people should not be conflated with Hamas. Is that hard? Yes, there are Muslim people that are acting out as terrorists in Hamas. But does that mean every Muslim person agrees with Hamas? No, they don't. Just like every single Jewish person do not agree with the way that Israel's acting. These are people that are acting on some type of national obsession on some terroristic tip. This is not okay. Stop conflating every Muslim person who supports Palestine and Gaza with being terrorist and being anti-Semitic. Stop it. It's Islamophobic. It's fucked up. Stop conflating every single person that supports Jewish people, that love Jewish people, want the community to be safe, with supporting the Israeli government. Stop it. Stop conflating it, because that's anti-Semitic. We got to stop the conflation. Two things can be true. The way that Israel as the country is acting on a governmental tip under Bibi Netanyahu is not okay, problematic. And I also am not anti-Semitic, and I also believe that Jewish people in every part of the earth does not deserve to be discriminated or hit with bigotry because of the actions of that country. Period. And here's another thing. There should be peace for Palestinians and Gazans who are living their lives as humans that just want to live. We should not conflate that their existence and that their safety and security should be determined by how you feel about Hamas, who is not acting correctly, who is improper, who are disgusting, and should release those hostages immediately. You can exist in that reality. These are the binaries that can coexist. And what Tucker Carlson did with Ted Cruz when he lit his ass up, he did not do what I just did, but he did make that point that having critical questions about the United States relationship with Israel in this way is a worthy conversation, and you should not silence people with threats or antagonize them with the threats of being anti-Semitic simply for having that conversation. And people that do that are not really trying to have peace. They're not seeing the humanity in Muslim people. They want us to be in this forced binary of evil and bad, and that's disgusting. Because there is evil on both sides, and it's not based on their religiosity. It's on how they're handling conflict. I am not mad at Israel for being a place that has Jewish people. I am mad at Israel about how the government and the military is operating, how they're handling that. What happened to a two-state solution? What happened to people coexisting? What happened to not trying to push agendas that look and appear to be a genocide? What happened to respecting people's right to exist and live in harmony? I do not want a Middle East that does not have any Muslim people there. I do not want a Middle East that does not have no Jewish people present. There should be a Middle East where everybody can coexist and live. No one should be treated like a second-class citizen. No one should be racially profiled and religiously discriminated against. I'm against that. So when people ask people, what are you doing here? Where do you stand? And that's where I stand. That's where I've always stood. And if you are on some other tip where you just want to kill everybody and you talking all this other talk, to me, that is why we're in this issue we're in. And I just want to make sure that is clear. Stop asking black people where they are. Some black people are too busy dealing with the shit in their own lives to even get into the middle of these conversations because they don't want to even deal with the damn conflation. They don't speak. See, here's the issue. They won't speak about Palestine, but they're not speaking about Israel. They don't speak about anything now because they just at a point where you don't win. You say something along the lines of, hey, you speak out against anti-Semitism, and you got some people who are extremes on the pro-Palestinian end talking about you a genocide supporter. How is me speaking out against anti-Semitism supporting genocide? Because I say that Jewish people should be protected. So now I support a genocide? That's not okay. Shame on you. Stop doing that. Okay? Like anytime somebody, what are you talking about? You go to a restaurant, you go to an Israeli restaurant, you support the genocide. Stop that. Because that really is embedded in anti-Semitism, right? So automatically you just assume that a Jewish person's business or support automatically aligns them with supporting a certain type of government. Stop it. Right? Stop that. Unless, the owner or the place, makes that stance. But if they don't assume. But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of profile. But then you got people that, somebody got a Palestinian flag that says peace for Palestine, whatever. Then you ready to say, people that go there are anti-Semitic. Stop that. That's why? Because they're Muslim? Why? Because they're Arabic? So because they're Arabic and they don't support the Israeli government's actions, now they're anti-Semitic? That's not okay. So there's a lot of conflation that needs to stop. And I've been saying this forever. Stop the conflation. Because that's how we got in this shit. Nobody is winning. Either side on their own. You have the extremists on both sides that are doing what they're doing, and it's fucked up. But the problem is that we all know that in any type of situation where we're not seeing it, we're seeing an impasse, it's going to take other communities, allies, accomplices, folks to be a part of that, to move the needle one way or the other. But you can't get those people if you're literally shaming them to a level that does not actually speak to if you're being intellectually dishonest. You cannot create a binary for folks that does not allow them entry. Because for someone like me who's not Jewish, who's not Muslim, who is not from Israel, who has never been to Palestine, right? If you tell me, if you put me in a binary box or a label that is unfair and intellectually dishonest on either stance, then I will opt out of it. And that is why people are not speaking, because they've created such a binary of extremes that now put people in a position where, you know what, they're like, you know what, I'm going to mind the business that pay me. I got shit going on my own living experience, especially black people. Black folks, we got a lot going on right now. And so I understand why a lot of black people are just kind of like, I got thoughts, but I ain't even going to say, because they recognize that in reality, it's never good enough. Because you might end up getting in a situation where somebody might call you something and that fucks up your whole livelihood. Because people are losing jobs out here being labeled like this. What Ted Cruz did to Tucker Carlson in that interview, he was like, oh, whoa. But that's a white man talking to another white man. If Tucker Carlson was Ta-Nehisi Coates, see, come on. Do y'all want to wake it up? Do y'all want to wake it up? We know. We've seen it. So people have chosen to just opt out. And that's unfortunate, because real conversations can be had. But the problem is that if you're going to go from one extreme to the next, the only way that you cannot get me to be on one is by just opting out altogether. And that is what's happening to a lot of people. A lot of people are not speaking on any of this because it's damned if you do, it's damned if you don't, because the people that think that they dictate and harbor this conversation is putting people in situations and binds that is just morally bankrupt. Jewish people, no, there are Jewish people I know that are progressive that tell me that they do not support the way the Israeli government is moving. They're Jewish. They're progressive. They want peace. And in reality is they're allies to support real peace. They want change, right? I know there are Muslim people who recognize and hate terrorism, hate Hamas, because Hamas is very responsible for what is happening in this, right? This is going on a lot. That does not justify Israel's aggressive, consistent, over-the-top behavior in this situation. But they recognize that Hamas has instigated and created a situation where they have weaponized their faith in a way that has been harmful. But one interesting thing that we don't talk about with the conservatives is that Ted Cruz does not know anything about Iran. He didn't even know the population. He didn't know that there was 90 million people. This is a big country. He did not understand anything about that country, but was okay with it because his whole logic was, his whole thing was he wants to be a defender of Israel. The question became, what makes you a defender? And he basically said that in Bible school study, he was always taught that those who support Israel had a friend in Israel, those who go against that would be bad for them. So his whole entire understanding of supporting Israel is rooted in anti-Semitism. And I'm going to get to why it's anti-Semitic in a minute. This is how I was trained. He goes from the evangelical Bible thumper mentality that the reason why a lot of conservatives support Israel, he had said the quiet part out loud, is not because they actually agree with the government. They actually agree fundamentally with how the government is acting, but simply because their mindset is whatever Israel do, we can't say they're wrong, because the Bible says Israel people in Genesis says that Israeli, and they don't even say Israel. They don't even say the word Israel, but that territory. He is so politically incorrect about all of this shit. He's so politically incorrect about all of this. But the narrative has always been for evangelical Christians, they believe in Jewish people as the chosen people, Jesus people, yada, yada, yada. And that if you have to be nice to them and support them because they're God's chosen people and they want to go to heaven. So they believe that going to heaven in supporting Israel, that Israel is going to be the second coming of Christ. And so all of this is very not what Jewish people believe, but this is what some evangelical people have interpreted the biblical teachings to teach them. I have to be clear about this because not all Christians believe it in this way, clearly. But there are some that do follow this extreme evangelical ideology that is what is rooted in Meganism and Trumpism. That's why all of them are with Israel, not because they really believe in Bibi Netanyahu or really understand Israel or support the politics or understand the politics, but simply because they're letting their religiosity determine their governmental ideals. which is so problematic as American, because in America, we supposed to operate a freedom of religion and speech. So you mean to tell me you're making religious fundamental ideology beliefs and that's governing your governmental policy? I thought this was an American democracy, but this is a theocracy? Like, what kind of country are we at this point? I don't understand. But Ted Cruz said it, which also explains Ted Cruz's ideology around Muslims. This man's an Islamophobe. This is why a lot of these conservative Judeo-Christian conservatives, evangelical Christians, are Islamophobic. So they're not helping the case. So basically, your entire belief system on supporting Israel, these are Israel's biggest allies in the United States government, are basically Islamophobes who are basically evangelical Christians who don't even believe in Judaism, and don't even believe in their faith or respect their faith. It is a colonialist mindset. And so I'm sitting here like, this is what I was taught was Islamophobic, is that I was taught when I was younger in college from Jewish communities in tackling anti-Semitism, is that as Christians, we were told that telling people that you support them based on Jesus and based on your faith was it's not Islamophobic. It was, well, if you told Muslims that, it would be. But if you told Jewish people that, it would be considered anti-Semitic, because it would be the mentality that you think your faith is superior and therefore is worth, that you're in support of them and saving them for what they do not know based on your faith. In other words, I am not supporting the Jewish community and believing they deserve to exist free from harm and bigotry because I am a Christian or because of my faith or because of the Bible, biblical text telling me this, because they're humans. I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish, but I think that they should have the right to practice their faith and be who they are without harm. It's not that that I think my faith is superior, that's why they deserve that. That's not how this operates. Because if anything, Christian faith tells people that you're supposed to love all people, right? That you're supposed to forgive people and love people and all that, right? So where is the Christian compassion for Muslims? And where's the Christian compassion for Palestinians? But again, this is a very extreme evangelical notion that has now embedded the conservative movement within our current modern politics. So Ted Cruz said the quiet part out loud. He knows nothing about the Middle East. He knows nothing about Iran. He knows nothing about Israeli faith. He just thinks that he conflates Israel with Jewish people, and he just automatically believes supporting Israel is supporting Jewish people. And there are some Israeli governmental entities that have capitalized off of conservatives to play the playbook politically for them to now use that as an opportunity to push their political agenda for Israel. But the crazy part is that in that pursuit, it's heightened the role of Islamophobia in our political atmosphere. And it's also has ruined relationships of interfaith relationships between a Muslim community, Jewish community, Christians, and other progressive spaces that want to coexist. Because now we are letting national politics determine our faith. So now Ted Cruz believes that if he does not support a bill that supports Israeli government on whatever they want, that somehow that makes him less of a Christian. Oh, we are in a very, very fucked up time. We're in a very dangerous time. And now he has said the quiet part out loud that if you are making if a person thinks that it's in their religious belief to support a government that clearly was not the government that was referenced in biblical times, but if that is the conflation people are making with their religiosity, then that is why they are also deciding to, one, fuel an Israel that is abusing their power, two, justifying every type of form of discrimination because they're using it. I mean, we knew this with the trans community. We knew this with LGBTQ. We knew that the evangelical religious far-right movement that was being fueled wanted to completely decimate any LGBTQ beliefs, any women's rights or women's right to choose. We have come to an extreme state of things, and that is now involving our foreign affairs, not just domestic, but foreign affairs, because now there's a conflation that people's faith conflates to that. Oh my goodness. Look what we've walked ourselves into. That's where we're at. Now, the only thing we can do is vote these people out, because the more we vote these people out, the more we will get sanity restored into our governmental affairs. But until then, this is why protest alone, I don't know. like I said, there has to be more direct action. There has to be more specific. We have to get more intentional and target specific elected officials and demand them to be better. Okay? Because if we don't do that, then they're going to keep making these decisions based on their quote-unquote religious faith. Ted Cruz and already then made it clear that the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, all these people, which, mind you, Marjorie Taylor Greene has said the most craziest anti-Semitic shit, and yet people think that she's a supporter of Israel, or I'm sorry, she's a supporter of the Jewish community, because she's now saying, I support the Israeli community. So because she supports the Israeli government, you're conflating that with her supporting the Jewish community? So she can't be anti-Semitic because she supports Bibi Netanyahu. Is that what y'all trying to say? Like, I think that's the new thing. The new thing is, if you do not support Bibi Netanyahu in Israel's response to Gaza, then you're anti-Semitic. So people are now, I guess, creating a narrative that supporting Jewish people means supporting it. So now a person can walk around, a neo-Nazi, right? Or somebody who might not say they're neo-Nazi per se, but some conservative nutcase, right, that hung out with the KKK and the neo-Nazis, because they support Israel as a government entity, organizations that we know will not call them anti-Semitic. Is that why Elon Musk got the pass after the very suspicious sus Hitler salute that he tried to say was not, but we all was like, what the fuck was that? Was that why certain organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, gave him this pass? Because that's what they gave him, was a pass. They gave him a pass. But I'm willing to bet that if anybody else, I don't know, like the mayoral candidate that's Muslim in New York would have did that, or a black person, I don't know, Mark Lamont Hill, who knows? Which none of them would have never done anything like that. But if they would have, would there not been confusion or mistake given would have pass been given? Because I'm seeing what's happening right now in that mirrors race. And I see how Cuomo's playing that card. And also, what's interesting about Cuomo is the Holocaust Museum is taking these strong political stances lately. And people are just like, wait a minute, why are they entering certain political conversations? Because of the fact that look who's on their board now. Trumpers are on their board now. And so now Trumpers have infiltrated certain advocacy organizations and have now used mega politics. This is why you saw certain types of pro-Israel lobbying PACs begin to fund conservatives that were problematic and racist on other fronts, but because they support the Israeli government, they were given exemption on their other very incendiary is anti-Semitism. Because the new trade-off was, if you support Israel, then you can't be anti-Semitic, which is basically intellectually dishonest. Got it. You see, we finally cracked the riddle. I've been waiting to have this conversation for quite some time. But I wanted to have a buffer, because if I did not have a reason or rhyme or reason, some people would try to weaponize my words and act like I am just whatever. Ernestly speaking, condemn all forms of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and sexism and racism and ableism and all the isms, because as a black person, any of that existing will not help me or benefit. I don't benefit. Like, white supremacy benefits from racism. It benefits from sexism. It benefits from Islamophobia. My queer blackness does not thrive in a world where anti-Semitism exists, because that Nazi does not also see a world where I exist. It's really simple. It's really simple if you think about it. A world where Islamophobia exists does not benefit me, because that discrimination against brown people also leads to discrimination against black people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I don't benefit from any of it. So of course I would never give a I will not be supportive of it. I don't benefit from it. I don't care for it. It's disgusting. And mind you, there are people in my community, like all communities, that think that they can benefit from those things. And some of them personally benefit from being Islamophobic or anti-Semitic, right? Kanye, right? He gets some of those mega supporters that y'all don't want to say is anti-Semitic. Interesting. He benefits from their appeal and their approach, right? I don't. I don't. I don't benefit from it. I don't find it valuable. It's just inhumane, plain and simple. I don't benefit in a world where Palestinians are being pushed out of their homes. I don't benefit from that. I don't benefit in a world where Jewish people who are just simply existing feels afraid. I don't benefit from that world. I don't. So that's my stance. That's my position. If you don't agree with it, don't listen to my show. Unsubscribe. I don't have use for you or my listeners. Anybody who was confused, I don't know what to tell you. So that's that. Moving along. So talk about somebody standing on business. The NAACP has broken away from their 116 year tradition. This is a big deal. And it speaks volumes. Lots of volumes, actually. So much. Their 116-year history, they're not inviting Donald Trump to their convention in July. They said basically it's a waste of their time. Plain and simple. Shouts to NAACP. They're not inviting him. This is their 116-year history, and they're not inviting Trump to their national convention in July. This is a big deal because historically they would always invite any sitting president. NABJ could have took a lesson from this last year when they invited Trump and all the presidential candidates, and they did what they did. But you know how that goes. No, they're not doing it this year. They're just like, you know what? Why waste our time? So this man can get on a podium, insult them, disrespect them, and carry on. It's at some point at the end of the day got to end, and I support them with that. I really do, because like, what are we doing at this point, right? The Supreme Court clearly hates trans people. They did a major ruling, which, as you can imagine, is now putting an end to basically a precedent that would stop gender affirming care for young people. Basically, they're keeping the state ban in Tennessee and other areas, but basically there is now going to be a precedent that states will have the power to ban gender affirming care in their states for trans youth. So young people who are dealing with gender dysphoria, which is a legitimate scientifically researched phenomenon, that if they would like to seek gender affirming care, they're no longer going to be allowed to do that. There are some states that do allow gender affirming care currently. Pennsylvania is one of them. Maryland, nearby, but in New York State. But if a state legislator, decides, which could happen in Pennsylvania any moment, to say, look, we're not having that, that could happen. That could happen. And so that's a real reality. And so the Supreme Court has ruled on that. Also, the Trump administration has announced that starting in July, that the LGBTQ hotline, the hotline that, a lot of people protected a lot of people through mental health issues and whatnot, that was in the community that could call people that might have been potentially suicidal and other things like this. We're going through that. We're seeing that paradigm shift, that they're going to cut that hotline, and what there's something to be said. There's something that can really be said right now about that. This is just cruelty. This is just cruelty, plain and simple. This is just being cruel. Inhumane. Just being mean. And that's very telling, Um that for what's the cut to kill a hotline that just take that away from people. So that the Trump administration is shutting down the service. It is the 988 suicide prevention hotline. They're going to cut it in in roughly 30 days. This was the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. They announced this on Tuesday that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, which will no longer utilize its LGBTQ youth services. This was also known as the Press 3 option. This will be effective July 17th. So the agency will no longer be siloing the LGBT plus youth services. They nobly removed the T, representing trans community in the acronym, to focus on serving all help seekers, including those previously served through the Press 3 option. Now, this was a pilot program. The Press 3 option was a pilot program in 2022 with a government contract. They was collaborating with the Trevor Project, which is a suicide prevention crisis intervention organization for LGBTQIA plus people. But did y'all peep that though? The NBC had reported on this, but other outlets did too. But the Trump administration are no longer even identifying trans people. They are now LGB plus. They don't even say T anymore. LGB. So it's lesbian, gay, bisexual. They don't even identify trans people anymore. Trans people don't exist in their universe anymore. Like, they're erasing trans people from the military, from other places. They don't even identify them. They don't see trans people. They don't hear them. They don't acknowledge them. They're erasing the T out of everything they do. It's now just simply LGB plus now. And that's it. They're not even acknowledging the T. This is the state of affairs that we're in. This is the state of affairs that we're in. This is the government that we're in. We could have just had a woman, y'all. We could have had a woman. We just could have elected a woman. But you all didn't want nice things. So here we are. Let me say this real quick. And then I'm going to get to something else I want to talk about, but I want to mention this. The NYC mayoral race is happening. We'll find out who's going to win that primary, that big heated Democratic primary. We're close. We're going to find out this week. You all want to know my predictions? I don't know, y'all. I'm stuck. This is a very tight race. This race can go so many different ways. I'm hoping on everything is not Andrew Cuomo. Anybody but Andrew Cuomo is how I feel. That's how I felt about Helen Gim. I was anybody but Helen Gim, y'all. I didn't care. Anybody but Helen Gim was how I felt. But I really, right now, anybody but Andrew Cuomo right now. It'll be, I like, Zoran Menandi. I like him, right? He's 33. He might be young. People might question his experience level. Then you got Brad Lander. I think him or Brad Lander is my top two picks personally. I like the other people, that black guy who's running. He's pretty cool too. But I think, Menandi, and which, by the way, I don't know if y'all knew this, but his mother is the director of Mississippi Masala. She's a famous filmmaker. I don't know if y'all knew that. Mississippi Masala, that Denzel film, that's his mother. I don't know if y'all knew that. That movie came out when I was born in 91. Okay, so that movie is like over 31 years old. His mother is Mira Nair. That is her son is Zoran Mamdani. He is her son. And he's 33. And isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Did y'all know that? And so she made a lot of movies. She made Mississippi Masala, The Namesake, Moonsun Wedding, and Saman Bamani. She's a great filmmaker. She's been nominated for an Academy Award. She's an Oscar-nominated filmmaker. She's a Libra, okay? She's born October 15th, not too far from my birthday. But she is, she's a big deal. And her son's a Libra too. Zohran Madamdi is October 18th, and he's born 1991. I was born October 12th, 1981. Fun fact. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, and we're both, well, he looks much older than me. I age a little bit better. But we are not that far from each other's birthdays. So she had her son when she was made, the year that she made Mississippi Masala. Isn't that crazy? Fun fact. So his birthday, so y'all gonna gag on this. This is gonna gag. The movie came out in France on September 18th, 1991, a month before she had her son, who's now running for New York mayor. Isn't that crazy? Fun fact. So he just gets bonus points for that. Anybody who's gonna make an iconic film with Denzel in the film, I mean, come on. He gets the cool points for that. So, and also his policies are good too. So he gets my vote. He's my top favorite voter. If I was doing ranked choice voting, I will vote for him, number one. I will vote for Bill Lander, number 3. No, number 2. Number 2 is Bill Lander. The rest of the 5 people are all the black people. Everybody else black. There's 3 black candidates. There's that one woman, Miss Adams. There's my friend. Who else? I don't even know. I be forgetting other candidates because I've been focused on Lander and Cuomo and all of them. So if I did ranked choice voting, here's my top. You can vote for 5. So if I had it, my number one would be Zohran Madandi. My number 2 would be Brad Lander. My number 2 would be Brad Lander. My number 3 will be Michael Blake, and that's only because I'm biased because he's my frat brother. But honestly, Adrian Adams could be number 3. I like her too. I also like that. I like the nerdy guy. He's black too. I like him as well. Y'all be playing with him, but I do like him. I think y'all sleep on him, but Zelnor Myrie. Yeah, Zelnor Myrie. I like him too. He's all right. So that would be my 5. Those would be my top 5. It would be, if I was doing ranked choice voting, it'd be Zohran. It would be Brad. It would be Michael Blake. It'll be Adrian Adams, and it'll be Zelnor Myrie. And to be honest, the other 3 black candidates, you can pick however you want to line them up. I don't care. But my top 2 is gonna be Brad and Zohran. Those are mine. Okay. Scott Stringer, he don't have a chance. Jessica Ramos, okay. Whitney Tilson, no. Andrew Cuomo, never. Do not put Andrew Cuomo at all in your ranked choice voting. We got to keep him down as much as possible. So here's my thoughts. Here's my predictions. I think the race is between Brad Lander and Andrew Cuomo. You're going to say, why not Zohran? I think Zohran he reminds me of a Helen Gim, where he's so radical to people that he's going to come in 3rd. If he comes in 2nd, I would be shocked. If he comes in and wins this thing, that would be epic. But because of ranked choice voting, if it was not ranked choice voting, I would say I think Andrew Cuomo would win. Like if this was in Philadelphia, I would say Andrew Cuomo would win because I think that Andrew Cuomo could get the popular vote, right? They just have vote. But with ranked choice voting, it gets things a little messy. I think what I've noticed in all of these conversations that I've noticed, is that it's been a lot of cross endorsement, but I feel like I know that every person I've talked to, I know people, right? And this is how you can judge. Like, if ranked choice voting happened in the Philadelphia mayoral race in 2023, I think Rebecca Reinhart would have won with ranked choice voting. Because I think what happens when you do a popular vote, right, the extremes come out. I think enough extremes would come out. Andrew Cuomo got the Democratic establishment. They would come out, he would win. Just like Cheryl Parker did, right? She was the establishment pick, she won, right? But in ranked choice voting, most voters go with moderate picks around extremes. Bill Lander is like the moderate safety pick across the board. If anybody's doing ranked choice voting, I know that Brad Lander is going to be in everybody's ranked choice voting. Whether they vote for Cuomo or Zoran, clearly Zoran was smart enough to do the cross endorsement, right? But I feel like in everybody's ranked choice voting, everybody's going to have Brad Lander. And I'm willing to bet Brad Lander is going to be in there. If he's not number one, he's going to be in their top three. Andrew Cuomo, there are people who absolutely do not want Andrew Cuomo, right? They're not putting him nowhere. But Brad is going to be in everybody's top three. I know folks, sadly, that are like, if Andrew Cuomo, they're ranking Andrew Cuomo 1, but they're putting Brad Lander number 2, and they're not voting for Zoran because they feel like he's too progressive, too extreme. I know people who are saying, look, I'm going to vote for Michael Blake because that's my frat brother. But I say, who you vote for number 2, number 3? They like, okay, I'm voting for Zoran number 2, Brad Lander number 3. I know some frat brother that told me I'm voting for Michael Blake number 1, I'm going to vote for Brad Lander number 2, and I'm going to do Andrew Cuomo somewhere in there because they're too safe. But every black voter I've talked to have told me, even ones that are going to vote for Andrew Cuomo, because there are black voters I know in New York that said they're going to vote for Andrew Cuomo. They're scared. They want to give him a chance. Okay, whatever. Fuck Andrew Cuomo. I was upset. But every single one of them told me that Brad Lander was in the conversation. Now, I've heard different people say Zoran is extreme. I know Jewish voters that said they're not voting for him. But they said they were voting for Andrew Cuomo, though. And I'm like, okay, that now. But everybody I talked to said that they got Brad Lander in the conversation and in their top 3. So that tells me in ranked choice voting, if a lot of people do not vote for Andrew Cuomo or do not rank him high or do not rank him at all, if that movement is successful, which it looks like it is, who's the consensus candidate? Brad Lander. And so there's a part of me that feels like this race is between Andrew Cuomo and Brad Lander. And so I do really believe in my heart and my gut that Brad Lander might pull the upset because of ranked choice voting, and he might be the one to take Andrew down. For whatever reason, I'm not convinced about Zoran because I do feel like ranked choice voting hurts him. Ranked choice voting hurts him. I could be wrong, but I'm often right. And this reminds me of Eric Adams. Remember I told you about Eric Adams? I said this. Eric Adams was a consensus pick amongst people. The progressives were too divided. No one hated Eric Adams. I mean, there were some people that hated him, but the extreme progressives did. But the rest of New York, Freudian slip, the rest of New York did not necessarily hate him. And so Eric Adams was in people's ranking. Even people I knew that did not rank him number 1, number 2, had him as number 3. He was a consensus candidate most New Yorkers. I think Brad Lander could be that guy. I think that he's sensible. I think he is arguably progressive. I think that he stays out of trouble, but he's also made good trouble. I think that a lot of people who may not feel comfortable voting for Zoran for various reasons will vote for Brad. He might be the one to pull the upset. And guess what? If Brad Lander wins, I think everybody's okay with that. I even think people that are upset that if Cuomo loses, I think those who are voting for Cuomo might even be okay with Brad too. I think we can have some peace in New York. I don't know anybody who hates Brad Lander. And if the ones who do hate him are just whatever, right? But I think he might be the middle ground guy for everybody. I don't know anybody who's not supporting Brad. We could all live with Brad Lander. I think he might win. Stay tuned, stay woke. And I think Zoran might be okay with that. I think Zoran believes that cross connection they have, everybody is connected. I think they're joining forces. This is the first time I've seen progressives come unified on something. The unity was, we don't want Andrew Cuomo. I think they might single-handedly take Cuomo down. I like it. But I also know that we're also in the Trump era, where people want to give bad guys a chance no matter what their political affiliations are. And so there is a part of me that don't trust it and might feel like New York might fuck themselves over. But see, I don't see how anybody in good faith can say they don't want to support Eric Adams because he's just that bad, but don't want to give Zoran a chance, but not Zoran, but are willing to vote for Andrew Cuomo again. I don't see that logic. Okay, you don't like Eric Adams, but you about to give Andrew Cuomo a chance again? I don't see that logic. So I don't know. Because we all know if Andrew Cuomo wins this, that he's going to go for president next. But see, he ran at the wrong time. See, let me be quiet. But, we dodged a bullet. I was going to say, see, he should have did it when in 2020 before everything got too corrupt for him. But that wasn't meant to happen, and for good reason. So, yeah. We didn't forget about them nursing homes. We didn't forget about them asking, probing into gynecologists' records. We didn't forget about all that. Y'all complaining about the public transportation over there? Y'all know the reason why it's shitty over there. Y'all trains are shitty, right? Y'all know that's why it's shitty, right? Because of Cuomo, right? Oh, okay. Just saying. Just remind the people. Don't mind me. Okay. So now I can talk about this. And I'm going to be really brief about this because I need to get this off my chest before we get into local issues. Leave Obama alone. Leave Barack Obama alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Y'all do this every fucking time. Leave that man alone. Where's Obama at? Where is he at? Where is he at? He's not the president. He's not the president. What do you want him to do? Not a goddamn thing. That man came out and rallied for Kamala. That man rallied for Hillary. That man rallies. That man tells you, do y'all listen to him then? No. So why the fuck do you think y'all gonna listen to him now? Stop asking us where this man is at. You know what's funny? Y'all always ask where the black people at. Nobody's asking where Hillary's at. Y'all say, oh, well, Hillary wasn't the president. I know that. But guess what? Hillary was also a Secretary of State. Okay, y'all gonna ask where Biden's at? He's the most recent president. Oh, y'all want Biden to go anywhere? Right? Biden's the most recent president. Oh, y'all kicked him. Y'all forced him out. Y'all asking where Kamala at? What y'all want? Leave these people alone. They don't owe you a goddamn thing. Leave Obama alone. Y'all ask him a goddamn thing. So leave them alone. Leave them all alone. Leave them alone. Leave black people alone. Okay. Let me just say that. Let them do what they do. And by the way, Obama has been speaking. Obama has been talking. But all these trash ass op-eds, all these conversations about savior and this, that, and the third. Can y'all stop that dumbass New Yorker? I'm tired of journalists. Y'all trash these people. And then every time y'all some shit, y'all want them to come back. No. How many times y'all can keep asking Obama to come back? Let that man age in peace. Okay? Let him live his life. He does what he do. Let that man live in peace. I'm sick of it. Like, y'all always do that. Always do that. Always do that. Y'all always do that. Cut it out. Cut it out. I just want that to be on the record. Cut it out. And let me say this too. I don't want to hear anything about this. Ask where Hakeem Jeffries is at. Ask where Chuck Schumer is at. When you think to ask where Obama is at, ask where Chuck Schumer is at. Ask where the fuck Hakeem Jeffries is at. Ask where Cory Booker is at. It's not that, maybe not so much him, but ask where they're at, okay? Because they could do something. All this, well, Obama has his platform, he can influence. He couldn't influence you all to not elect Trump. Y'all did it 2 times. Stop asking where Obama is, period. And as far as this Amanda Seales, stop listening to Amanda Seales. She has no clout. She has no popularity. Nobody likes her. She has no relevance whatsoever. She is a resident troll. No one listens to her. She's a washed up has-been. She's just somebody who is mad at everybody because she never popped off. She's the bitter, light-skinned woman who thought that was going to get her ahead, but then she's hating on the dark-skinned Issa Rae, who's beautiful and gorgeous and talented, and she just wants to be bitter about everything. She doesn't like anybody. She does not like nothing. She doesn't stand for really much anything. She thinks she do. She's literally an activist because of the fact that she has no place to belong to, so she basically chooses to pick fights and act like she's speaking no business, but she weaponizes protest speaking activism just to have petty infighting because Hollywood doesn't want it to have anything to do with her. That is Amanda Seales. I wasn't going to read her like that, but I think it's time to read her like that. That's what I think of her. You all give her way too much dip on her chip. You all let her get away with so much. Every time she says something, then y'all want to respond to her. Who the fuck is she and why do y'all respond to her? Let her just sit up and talk to herself all fucking day. Let her just be around. Like, Amanda does not matter. You know what's weird to me? One thing I wish the media would stop doing, and I really want journalists to stop doing this, legitimate media publications. When you all publicize random ass folks that have something to say about powerful people in politics, by all means, do not tell me what some random celebrity got to say about some politician. That's not worth the headline, okay? Like some random YouTuber or Amanda Seales. When last time Amanda Seales started been in anything that we care about? She was insecure for 5 seconds. That show no longer operates. Like, why do we care? Like Boosie. Like, Boosie say something and y'all want to make a headline for it. When's the last time Boosie made a hit? I'll wait. Like, you all just give way too much equal space and grace. Like, there are certain media practices that we need to kill. I don't give a fuck if it's never a slow news day, okay? There's plenty of great stories we can do that are uplifting. If you don't have any messy stories to do uplifting stories. Stop running stories about irrelevant internet people and their critiques around government state. So Amanda Seales said, what did Obama do for black people? She's a lie. Lots of things. I can go down a list. I'm not going to insult my intelligence or yours or waste your time. But the question becomes, why do we care what Amanda Seales think? Who is she, right? Now, if AOC hypothetically said that, okay, maybe a current elected official saying that, even though I still wouldn't give a fuck. But if they said it, maybe there's a story to be there, right? But I don't care about any irrelevant entertainer, personality, what they got to say. National news do not need to report on that. Stop doing that. We do not care, okay? We don't. We don't care what Waka Flocka thinks about government affairs. Like, we just got to get to a point where we got to stop giving power and relevance to these people. They literally do it to promote themselves. I do not care what Amber Rose think about politics. I don't. Either way, we got to stop, like, giving ourselves, like, maybe somebody really, really influential. Like, when Taylor Swift used her platform, she has millions of people, or Beyonce, to endorse a candidate. Yeah, that's headline news because these people got huge, massive platforms. But just telling me random ass folks that don't have, like, what is the reason? What is the reason? We have to stop that. That's just my public service announcement. Do not ask me what do I think about what Amanda Seales say. Don't ask me what I think about what Kai Sinai, whoever. I don't care what Stacey Dash has to say. Stacey Dash should be focused on her own career before she worry about the career of a politician that has made more impact and done more than she's done ever in her entire life. We got to stop giving equal weight and media attention to these people. That is reckless. That is irresponsible. Stop doing that. We do not care. I do not care what Nene Leakes thinks about transgender rights. I don't care. At some point, you have to be intentional about who matters and what matters. So, for example, right, there is the current trans congresswoman who is a trans woman who was on Ezra Klein's podcast. Wasn't a fan of that interview. She was doing too much. Sarah McBride. Sarah McBride is the first out trans person ever elected to Congress. She did a recent interview with Ezra Klein that I wasn't a fan of. A lot of trans advocates and activists that I know said that they felt like that interview aged poorly, and it really did after the Supreme Court ruling. But she did an interview with Ezra on the Ezra Klein show, which Ezra Klein gets on my nerves a lot, but I'm not going to go there with him now. But look who his wife is, and look who she's supporting for mayor. Ding, ding, ding. Look up who his wife is and read that horrible piece that she wrote in New York Magazine. For the New Yorker. I think it was a New Yorker. It was trash. But, they say you shouldn't align people's politics with their spouses. That's bullshit. Look at what my husband do. Look what I do. We'll talk more about that next week. We're going to talk about that next week, but we can't talk about that right now. I got a little surprise for y'all for next week's grand finale. You'll hear about it in the press and in the news. Stay tuned to my social media about that. But when I talk about husband, spouses aligning with your politics, I'll tell you something that Mr. Johnson is going to announce very soon that makes me, I love him unconditionally, but you'll know why I love him even more very, very soon. But I can't speak on it right now because it's his announcement to make, not mine. And when you find out, you'll go, oh, and you'll be like, oh. But I can't speak on that right now. I'll just say that. But Sarah McBride did this interview. It's on the Ezra Klein show. Why Sarah McBride on why Sarah McBride on why the left lost on trans rights. I don't agree with her take on it.
So Donald
I don't
Trump,
agree with it. I don't agree with it. And it's gotten over 100,000 views. It's aged poorly. A lot of trans people have disagreed. She said, quote, "It's not my job to educate you and shouldn't be up for debate or phrase the left should have ditched years ago," is what she says. But she missed the point of what that really meant. But that interview just is cringy to me. But it was a worthy conversation, right? She has a platform. She's clearly a powerful person. She's somebody who should have a space. It was interesting. She's a newsmaker. Ezra Klein has a platform. It makes sense to do that, right? But I don't care what Boosie thinks about trans issues, right? I don't care about what Nene Leakes thinks about it, right? Like, these people should not be given platforms in that same way. So just want to put that there. Now, moving along, local things that's been going on. I just want y'all to know that in our city budget, this mayor, Sherelle Parker, that there's $1.3 million, and this is not in the upcoming budget, but this is money that was not spent in this past fiscal budget. $1.3 million is going to Midnight Blue cop uniforms, okay? You heard that correctly. $1.3 million of our taxpayers' dollars is going to hook up the police force, who has over $800 million already, right, to get new uniforms. They're going to be midnight blue compared to that bright blue that you see. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Why aren't they pinkish? Okay, if you didn't catch that, did you catch that? Okay, moving on. Those cop uniforms, midnight blue, we care about color scheme. There's research behind this, they said. Let me say this. $1.3 million could have went to the public defenders for their budget. Y'all got money to get upgrade police cop uniforms for different colors and making a big fuss out of that. But you don't have $1.3 million that could be given to the defenders, the public defenders of Philadelphia. Okay. That just tells us what they prioritize in their budget. That's where we are right now in Philadelphia, y'all. Just wanted to let you all know that's where our current mayor is on in our city. This is what they prioritize. This is what our city council prioritizes. So there's also a lot of talk right now about this budget in Pennsylvania. The state house passed Governor Shapiro's $292 million transit funding. This is a plan to save SEPTA. As you know, SEPTA has been going through, a lot. It's been interesting. It's been a lot of internet back and forth. People are very skeptical whether or not it's going to make it to the end. The state house did it, but we got to see what the Senate do. We got to see, if it's going to happen. I mean, I'm optimistic, but it's looking bad. I mean, SEPTA's going through it. And to be honest, I don't know how a major American city like Philadelphia can even exist without without public transportation, that's my, that's my, that's my whole thing, right? Um, I know people say, look, SEPTA's this, SEPTA's that, but it's like, we got to have some public transportation. How do you plan for people to go to work? This is not a rich ass city. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are people gonna get the jersey? Look, I don't ride SEPTA personally, but I know it needs to exist, you know? I don't know. I don't know why this is up for debate. We spend so much money on policing that if we reduce some of the police funding we give, that really is just a lot of wasteful spending. I don't care. Um, yeah, I don't care. It's just a lot of wasteful spending. Um, and I'm not going to apologize for that thought because it is a lot of wasteful spending that happens, and we find ourselves in these situations, time and time again. So, mm. Decisions. But we'll see. Now, I need to circle the block. For something I talked about last week that clearly has gotten out already, which we knew this was going to happen, but you heard it here first on Ernestly Speaking. For the past couple of weeks, I've been talking about this congressional race against Congressman Dwight Evans. And I talked about people who I clearly thought were front runners who want the seat, which includes none other than ding, 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 Sharif Street, right? Stacey Sharif Street. But I also mentioned a particular candidate, a woman, who I said, look, she would be great for the role, but name recognition might hurt her. Well, the Philadelphia Inquirer, I guess maybe they listened to, I don't know, maybe they did, who knows. But they decided to drop a story this week, even though for several weeks I've been talking about this, but they put out a story, out, and a lot of you probably didn't even read it, even though you probably didn't know the story was out. But they named the person I was talking about. And I just wanted to, I'm big on, like, when people tell me, hey, whatever, they put the name out. It's Morgan Cephas, State Representative Morgan Cephas around here in West Philly. She's a state representative. I know her very well. She's a listener, or her team listens to this show. I wasn't going to put her name out. Yet, I wanted to see some more movement, but Inquirer decided to, put it out there. She is running. They also said Chris Rabb, which I talked about a couple of months ago, but I'm not really taking the Chris Rabb run seriously, to be honest. I don't really, first of all, real folks know that Chris Rabb isn't thinking about doing that now for a lot of other reasons that I will not get into in this show, at least right now I will not. But Chris Rabb is not, if he's running for Congress, if he's still considering running for Congress, that would be very telling, because for starters, he needs to hope that he can keep that seat one good time next year. To try to make a plunge for the Northwest, first of all, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see a pathway of victory for him. He has, from what I've heard from sources, have ruined a lot of good faith will, not only like amongst other Democrats in Harrisburg, but within his own coalition. Like, I know people within the Working Families Party and progressive spaces who do not like him. And mind you, I don't have a personal issue with Chris Rabb. Let me be very clear. I don't really have much of a personal qualm with him. But I have heard the way that he's moved in certain political spaces, even amongst his own progressives, that just don't seem, it don't seem very friendly. It don't seem brotherly, I guess. If we was in fraternity life, we say brotherly. He's just not moving, like a team player. And certain people that I know, which I will not name on this episode, it's not my place to name the name, but I will use examples. But there were certain younger, up and coming progressives that, see, here I go talking. But that were in his area that ran, and he didn't necessarily show the most support to. And it almost kind of felt gatekeeper-esque. Like, you really out here, you supposed to, I get really annoyed when I see certain political leaders, especially those at his age, that you supposed to be bringing more people on. You're supposed to be working and being a big brother or uncle or just being a guiding principle to expand the Northwest or just expand progressiveness around. But he just has been moving in a way that just makes it feel like he's all into him and him alone. And he's not really showing up for everybody the same way. He's not really been supporting his fellow progressive colleagues the way. He's a lot of infighting. He's very inconsistent, very unpredictable. And people are really not liking that. I'm hearing a lot from insiders in that space. And I'm not going to name everybody's business and pour everybody's tea, but I just think he's got a lot of other issues in his own coalition to address before he think he can pop out and try to run for Congress. Because if he decides to do that, he will be a little disappointed by the lack of support from his own coalition if he tried to make a move. So that's why I've never said Chris Rabb's name in the conversation. Because one, I don't have any personal issues with him directly, but I also don't think it's a point to put a name in the conversation and don't have a chance, right? So then the main conversation circles back to the major players of conversation as of right now. There's, Morgan Cephas, Sharif Street, Dwight Evans. People are saying Dwight Evans is going to run. I don't think he is. If he decides to run, I don't think Morgan is going to go against him. I like her. She knows I do. But I don't see fight in her enough. And listen, I don't talk about people behind their back. I have been very transparent that I just want to see fight. I just want to see her, because see, respectfully, she is very smart. Very smart. She's a hard worker. The woman is ready on day one. But she does not have, at least I have not seen from her, and this is a fair critique, and this is a thing I've said. She does not like to rock the boat publicly. She likes to stay in line. She has a lot of strong opinions, many that she never shares outward. And sometimes I feel that if she was more vocal about how she really feel about stuff that's going on in politics in Philly with the Democratic Party, I think she would win so many more supporters than she has support now, but I feel like she could cross over a lot more. I'm going to make this comparison, but I want to be clear that she does work compared to this woman I'm comparing her to. But she has the potential to be the Philadelphia Jasmine Crockett, except with a lot of work and not just talk. Like, I want to be very clear. To be honest, I don't like to make that comparison, but what I mean by when I say is that she has a lot of fiery energy that could really, really be influential in a strong, bold way. I want that for her. I think that she needs to really establish her own narrative. The branding is better. She's doing that. That's cool. But she has to, if she wants to get these types of things, she needs to be she needs to really make it clear and make a decision to separate from the party on certain things, or the establishment on certain things. Let me say that better. Because what we don't like, and what I think people struggle with, is you got that player, that elected official. And I'm not just talking about her, because this could go for Jordan Harris. I can name names. This could go for Jordan Harris, Jason Dawkins. This could go for Anthony Bellman, like him too, but like him, not the one. Great, but I need there to be people that, like, when y'all know something is wrong, can y'all please speak up? Stop being quiet. Stop always being afraid. What they gonna do to you? Why the fuck are you elected if you always a scaredy cat? And so it annoys me because they know better. Joanna McClinton, that's another story for another day. She's a Speaker of the House. They gon', people, she ain't gonna do it. But a lot of people that's in Harrisburg right now that could be a rising star, I just feel like they play it too safe. And my thing is, if you're gonna go against somebody like Sharif Street, you need to be ready. You need to be ready. And it doesn't come when you decide to run. It comes before. There's many opportunities right now where her constituents, what they want from her and what they need do not reflect the ways in which they're currently being served by Harrisburg and by this city. And when we talk about status quo elected officials, I get afraid that she falls into that category because of the fact that she does not necessarily speak up. You do it in the rooms that nobody see you at, because you do that. I'm not taking that from her. But you got to sometimes do it in spaces where people can see you so they can be able to cite it, so that if a person like myself hypothetically is in the room saying, what do you think about her for that? I don't want to hear people say another status quo millennial state rep, another status quo dim. I don't want to hear that about you, because I know that's not who you really are. But I can't believe what you say until I see what you do. That's the theme of this year. And so there's got to be some departures. There's got to be some. And if you're not going to do that, you will not win. If that's something you want, you will not get that. You will not level up in a timely fashion. I'm not saying she won't ever be Congresswoman down the road, but it will be like a Dwight Evans situation. Because Dwight Evans, respectfully, right? I respect that man's work. How you doing? Good guy. Okay? Good guy. No disrespect to Dwight Evans. However, Dwight Evans is a textbook example of somebody who waited his turn. And now look how old he is. And it's like, served a great career, but it's like, is that how you want this to be? Do you want to be a freshman congressman in your 60s and 70s? Do you want to be, is that how you want to wait? Because they want Morgan in her late 30s or whatever, early 40s, whatever, late 30s. You want to wait 30, 25 years before you finally get that? When you can get it now? I can't stand Malcolm Kenyatta. Morgan Cephas does more work than him. She works harder than him. She knows her constituents better than him. But what he do that they don't do, what annoys me, is that he will go publicly about something. Sometimes he's a little bit of a backstabber. But you know what? At least he says something. At least he departures a little bit. I'll say that. Shit. I just want them to have some flavor. You're not going to win nobody if you're not doing that. See, Sharif Street, he didn't already establish his identity. Like, Sharif, I listen, people call him status quo, whatever. He don't got a backbone sometimes, but sometimes he do. And I will say, what I can appreciate about Sharif Street is that at least anytime I've spoken to him publicly on the record, he don't run from the mic. And I do get him together. He'll acknowledge some things. I will give him that. And you know what? People like that, that's what gives you front runner status. Because everybody knows where you be on things. When him and Shapiro were beefing, I could appreciate the fact that he went one-on-one with that man. I could appreciate that. I like a little shuffle. And guess what? Both of them are in power. Okay? Everybody, you're not ruined. Sharif Street ain't ruined, y'all. Like, he went one-on-one. But see, you all be so scared. So scared. You got to come to everybody. Oh, you got to go to Curtis Jones. You got to go to Bob Ray. You got to go to everybody. Can there be a time where you just say, this is what the fuck I'm going to do? And even when Malcolm was loud and wrong at times, I could at least say Malcolm Kenyatta just said, fuck, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And now he the fucking vice chair of DNC, goddammit. So I guess sometimes you can swing even if you're mediocre and don't miss. And sometimes you can lose some things, but some of y'all too scared to lose some things too. But y'all don't swing hard enough. And I can't appreciate a fighter. If you're not going to be a fighter, get the fuck out the ring. So now that it's out in the open, I'm going to tell you my real unfiltered thoughts. I would like to see fighters in this race for Congress. I would like to see people really go head to head for it. It does not have to automatically go to Sharif Street. But right now, the way people are acting right now, this little soft-ass little launch, this shit is weak. The streets are talking hard launch now. I'm just saying, come with it. Give me some positions. Give me some stances. Give me some contrast. Let me be able to tell some people, here's the difference between her and him. Otherwise, you just look like another reincarnation, but just with less experience. We need fighters. We need people coming home. Y'all too busy kissing these laborers' handshakes, all these labor leaders. I get it. I love labor. I love that. Yes, labor union jobs. But at the end of the day, stop letting them run your damn elections. Ryan Boyer, I know Ryan. Ryan's cool. Mr. Sam Staten Jr., great guy, whatever. All that's great. But like, goddamn it, who is running this city? Who's running the city? Because right now, the people running the city right now is Ryan Boyer. He is the mayor to me. I've said it before. Ryan Boyer is the mayor. And he's also an honorary member of Harrisburg House. Y'all done replaced Johnny Doc for Ryan Boyer. Like, at some point, there's got to be concession. And what's funny is, y'all faves, I'm their faves. You know why? Because they respect me. They don't respect you. They say how much to shut you up. Me, they can't tell me how much. I'm an unbought and unbothered bitch. They can't tell me that. But I look at some of y'all and I'm just like, y'all just kiss rings all day. Y'all just sit up and get the checks all day. You keep your little seats. No one got no respect for that. They don't. People have respect for me because I own my words. I own my experiences. I own my shit. Does that make me popular? No. But guess what? I'm respected. And guess what? The ones that you think don't like me do, because they be in my text messages. Even when I grind people to fuck up, they call me and they text me. You all put a little statement out. No media, no traction, no smoke, no traction. Y'all might need to go ahead and call Surefire Public Relations. I hear he gonna have a lot of vacancy very soon at Mr. Johnson, his PR firm. I hear he taking clients. Maybe y'all need to go get some real media attention, some support. He might have some vacancy and some availability. So I don't know. But I'm just saying, you all just need, like, there just needs to be something. It's too much going on. Do y'all feel what's going on? Do y'all feel the moment we're in right now? Do anybody feel the moment we're in? I feel like Harrisburg don't feel it enough for me. That's why no one cares. No, this why y'all get no challenges. This why y'all get 98%. Do y'all think that this is like passing flunkies through? Y'all don't get no challenges, no stuff. It's not because y'all great. It's because people just don't give a fuck. I would never want to get something because people don't give a fuck. Oh yeah, I'm being very frank because I want y'all to hear this. I need people to hear this to be better. I'm talking from a place of love. I want to see people win, but I need people to not think that this shit should be easy. Because it's not. It's not. If you're going to come for the king, you bet not miss. And I think there's too many people out here that want a soft launch. What the fuck are y'all doing like y'all do y'all relationships? Ain't no soft launch, ain't no hiding. You can't DL this. If you want it, grab it. Power is taken. That's the problem. The problem with y'all is y'all never taking power. That's why certain people that win these seats, I got more respect for them because they go for it. Say what you want about Andre D. Carroll, but that man, he earned that seat. He worked for it. He worked for it. He came for it. He comes for it. He grabbed it. He said, fuck it. And y'all didn't fuck with him. And then guess what? He won. And then what did y'all do? Y'all got the fucking line. Now y'all like him. Now y'all endorse him because y'all colleague. How about y'all do that in Congress? How about y'all just go straight for it and get it? That's why Summer Lee, I got respect for Summer Lee. Y'all was talking all that shit about Summer Lee when she was in the House. But I always told y'all Summer Lee was that girl. Summer Lee, I can respect Summer Lee. Summer Lee stands on business. And that's why Summer Lee in Congress. And some of y'all that's still in Harrisburg, still kissing the rings, y'all ain't gonna get there because y'all ain't gonna do what needs to be done. Stand on it. Stand on it. Do it. Do something. Be a hero. Go for it. Run for something. Do all the things they say to do. Because that's how you get change. Y'all too busy want to be liked. Get you a man, get you a girlfriend, get you something, get you something and get that to like you. I don't give a fuck about no one in the public liking me because my husband like me, my brother like me, my family like me. I got good friends. I got a good fraternities behind me. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need no public adoration or like. I don't. The problem with y'all is this politics shit is y'all lives. If you got affirmational friends and family, people that love you and like you, you wouldn't give a fuck so much about all these other random ass people. Because if you fall, at least you tried. Here's the crazy part. Whether I succeed in something or something don't go the way I plan, I always have a support system that love me regardless. That's why I take big risks. Because I already have an infrastructure that loves me. A lot of y'all have that. Go for your dreams. Shoot your shot. Swing big. I will have more respect for the person that goes for it than don't. Do the damn thing. Make it happen. Just saying. This gets exhausting. This gets exhausting. It's too much. Too much bullshit. Too much cap. Too much cap. Too much cap. So, I didn't expect to go into that, but I just really, there's a lot going on right now in Philly politics, and I just want to see good people win for a change. I just want to see people that do the work win, because I've seen so many people play it safe, and they just don't, you know? So, I just want to see some change, y'all. I just, there's some people that's just doing so much good work. And, you know, I hope this motivational message gets translated across. You know, I hope they receive it and know it comes from a place of love and motivation. There's people that are willing to help people that I know in community that have great assets and resources that can really help and help. Because we want to see change in politics in Philly. We do. So, I'll leave it at that. All right. So this week's Ask Ernest, you all, number one topic, you already know what it is. So we'll just get into it. Tyler Perry. And it's weird because we were just talking about Tyler Perry for different reasons a couple of weeks ago, but now here we are talking about awkward way. So it has happened. And some people argue it has finally happened. I'm one of those people that agree with the latter. There's a lot going on. And I just think we're at a place where it's been an interesting time. I will say that. It's been an interesting time. We've seen a lot. And I want to emphasize that in this time that we're in with this man, I want to start by saying that people want to ask me, oh, do you believe that he did this, did that? I'm from the mindset of where there is smoke, there's fire. That's where I stand with this. I got several reasons why. So let's just get into the details real quick. Tyler Perry is being hit with a $260 million sexual assault and harassment lawsuit that was filed earlier this month in June. You know, he's being sued by this actor named Derek Dixon. He's white. The two of them first met when Dixon worked at the opening party for the Tyler Perry studio. So he was like a little service worker, and you know that he was working for that grand event. That was the one with Halle Berry when she got the studio named after her. Denzel Washington, all the big greats were there. Now in this lawsuit, Dixon is claiming and alleging that Tyler Perry encouraged him to try his hand at acting. He was offering him TV roles in Ruthless, that nasty little show that's on BT Plus. And then also The Oval, which is the wannabe scandal White House drama that's on BET as well. Well, Derek Dixon, the guy who was suing Tyler Perry for $260 million, he accepted the job, but he claims that, and this is what he claims, allegedly, we got to make sure you do this, that during the time he was working for Tyler Perry, that Tyler Perry sexually harassed him, groped him, and also retaliated against him when he did not, do the things that, he did not reciprocate or deliver on Tyler Perry's quote unquote unwanted advances. And I quote that because that's what it was said in the complaint. Of course, Tyler Perry is worth $1.4 billion. He has said through his attorney that he let someone get close to him, but that he has now considered the relationship nothing more than a scam. So he admits that he let somebody, so through his attorneys, he admits that he let someone get close to him. I guess in this case, Derek Dixon, but that he now considered that the relationship was, quote, nothing more than a scam. That is coming from the attorneys. So that is very interesting. Very interesting set of words. And we're going to unpack that in a minute. But there's a lot going on in this lawsuit. A lot. So to give you a breakdown, what is the lawsuit claiming? So this is reported by Vulture and other publication media outlets have reported on this. So I guess he said what was interesting and very telling was that in the lawsuit, quote, Dixon said he played in, I guess, the show. So Ruthless is a spinoff of The Oval. I don't really watch none of the Tyler Perry shows. I don't really got BT Plus. I don't watch this stuff. But apparently he was encouraged to the play in these two shows when they met. So September 2019, when he was working at that studio party, he was like a server or something like that. When he was working at that party in September 2019. So this goes back to even before the pandemic, okay? And for those who don't remember, this was that big, huge party. Oprah Winfrey was there. Every A-lister was there. This is before the pandemic. This was like nearly 6 years ago when they first laid eyes on each other. Perry had encouraged him, later casting him in these two shows, The Oval and Ruthless. In that show, Derek Dixon, which I did do my research because I did want to see who he was, what episodes. I did my research. He played a, quote, a gay, homeless, and desperate store clerk who had to sleep with one of the other characters for a place to stay. Listen, when I tell you all that Tyler Perry be creating stuff that feel like it is a carbon copy of whatever the shit be going on in his life, it be very telling. Now, Tyler Perry do say that a lot of his material be from his real life, relatable. This is what, he be talking about black women. He's like, oh, this is what black women go through. This is what people go through. Is the going through is in the room? Like, is it with us? Like, is there something going on here? Like, I'm just like, okay, because anywho. So Derek Dixon, had claimed that once he was employed, he said that Tyler Perry used, and this is quote unquote, considerable influence in the entertainment industry to create a coercive, sexually exploitative dynamic. Dixon claims also that what started as a career, or what was a promise from Tyler Perry as a, quote, career advancement and career and creative opportunities, such as producing his pilot and casting him in his show, became a place of, quote, sexual harassment, assault, and battery and professional retaliation when Dixon did not reciprocate Mr. Perry's unwanted advances. He is also, let me also add this, that this guy, Derek Dixon, and I know the name may sound black, but he's not black, he's white. Derek Dixon is also suing Tyler Perry Studio's production services. So some of the salacious details that was made here was that Dixon alleges that on one occasion he was urged to stay at Tyler Perry's house after he had too much to drink. Dixon said he did not have pajamas, said he went to sleep in his underwear. He said that night he alleged that Tyler Perry snuck into the bed and started rubbing his body around Dixon's inner thigh. Dixon says he immediately jumped out of the bed, told Perry he wasn't sexual, quote unquote, allegedly, and alleged that Perry told him to turn around so he could see him naked in his underwear. This is when he was at his house. In another instance at Tyler Perry's house, Dixon alleges that Tyler Perry encouraged him to try a weight monitor in the guest room, but he needed to undress for it to work. After Dixon was undressed, now this was after the first occasion. I'm just telling you all what's been alleged. I'm not trying to weigh in. I'm just work with me here. He alleged that Tyler Perry pulled his underwear down, sexually groped his buttocks, and told him to quote unquote relax and just quote unquote let it happen. This is according to what was written in the complaint, found in the complaint. Dixon claimed he diffused the situation by telling him he could not do anything sexual because he was hungry. We'll get to what that could mean in a minute. I do want to say I'm not laughing at the assault, the alleged assault, but more so about what that tactic means in this case, because we'll get to that. When Perry left to get food, Dixon claims he locked himself in the bathroom. Derek Dixon also alleges that Tyler Perry repeatedly talked to him about sex and asked him about his sexual preferences. He claims he worked with, he worked with the fear of losing his job if he did not engage and endure Tyler Perry's sexual harassment, according to the complaint. There were several text messages that has now been seen publicly, alleged text messages between both Tyler Perry and Derek Dixon, allegedly that Dixon has provided to this complaint, and now it's went public. In one message, Tyler Perry allegedly stated, "What is it going to take for you to have guiltless sex? Have y'all found that yet? In therapy?" And he told him he wasn't into sex. Perry allegedly texted him back, "I would hope that you would let someone hold you and make love to you. You are missing the best years of your life, my friend. Trust me. I hope you get past the block in your mind soon," according to this complaint. Tyler Perry allegedly also texted him, "I haven't been touched in months," is what was stated in the complaint. Now, Tyler Perry has a lawyer, and we don't play here on Ernestly Speaking. Attorneys, lawyers. Matthew Boyd is Tyler Perry's attorney. He released a statement. Perry released a statement through his attorney. Released a statement saying that while Perry and Dixon were close, so he admits that they know each other. It's not like no random, I don't know this girl, I don't know whatever. Because with Jay-Z, when Jay-Z had those salacious allegations and that got all dropped, Jay-Z was like, I wasn't there, I don't know nothing. These parties is all lies. Tyler Perry's not denying that there was a closeness to them. But he is saying, quote, "It appears to be nothing more than setting up a scam." Boyd said that Perry will not, quote unquote, not be shaken down, and that they are, quote unquote, confident these fabricated claims of harassment will fail. As of the time in which this podcast has been recorded, Derek Dixon has not posted anything on social media about the lawsuit, has not said anything, but he does have a lawyer as well. Jonathan J. Descheld shared the following statement. This is what he said to the public. "I can only assume that Perry's attorney did not bother to read the text messages sent by Tyler Perry prior to making those comments. Knee-jerk comments made without looking at the evidence is a way to enable further sexual harassment." Okay. So what do I think about a lot of this? Well, for starters, I just want to say, I don't know. Like I said, where there's smoke, there's fire. So many thoughts. I guess what I will say, and I want to start off by saying that I have so many complex thoughts about this, right? Because a lot of things. For starters, I want to be clear that the revelation that this is a man that in many ways Tyler Perry can be gay is a no shit Sherlock moment for me that is irrelevant because I'm gay. So I don't really care that this is a man because, I never would ever believe in my mind that if Tyler Perry ever had a sexual harassment situation, I never would assume it would ever be a woman anyway. It is what it is. I don't wish bad on anybody. I just want to state that before I get into what I'm about to say. I don't wish bad on anybody, but I do want justice. And I do also want people to remember some things. So Christian Keys, who has publicly said that, before I put this disclaimer out, He has since claimed that he was not talking about Tyler Perry, but I am a little skeptical about who is he talking about because no one would fit the description as well as Tyler Perry. So, Christian Keys many years ago, who was also a cast member in Tyler Perry Productions and has worked with Tyler Perry in different things, right? And this is why people are bringing this up. Christian Keys is black. Christian Keys is now, for Christian Keys, does not identify as gay. He does not identify as gay. He's never stated he's gay. And he has publicly requested that gay men stop, sending him sexual comments, right? And so he does talk about, a lot of people that have harassed him in the industry. And, and this is coming back. Now I want to be clear that, Christian Keys played in a production called Saints and Sinners. And a lot of people are bringing him back up because he mentioned that he was sexually harassed by a powerful mogul. And, talked about a situation. Again, he never accused Tyler Perry, never named Tyler Perry, but he said, you get a grown-ass man that knows you're heterosexual and you're sleeping off Hennessy in his guest room because he says it's safe. I'm 5 full Hennessy's down and not short Hennessy's either. And this dude tries to climb in bed with you, so you spaz out, push him out. We've heard this story before, right? And these allegations was made in December 2023. So, roughly 2 years ago. He said it was a very powerful man in Hollywood. He was very descriptive in a way that made people think that, like, okay, where are you in Hollywood? What's been going on? Because he said it was a billionaire. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, billionaire, it's not that many black billionaires. And, to be clear, P. Diddy is not a billionaire. But again, Christian Keys has been in All of the Queen's Men, a show that's based off of a novel that Keys wrote, and Tyler Perry is a producer of that program. I'm just saying. People say they don't believe it's him, but then who is it? And he never said. And he just kind of went quiet after that. We didn't hear anything. Okay. I just feel like for you to put something out like that, knowing that you're publicly connected to a billionaire like Tyler Perry, and not really, we don't know any other billionaires that you will be connected with, it's just the deductive reasoning. Now, I'm not going to speak for that man. That man, look, he identifies as straight, which we don't know Derek's sexuality as much as I know. I believe in a deposition, they said that Tyler Perry identifies as a top, which means that unlike some people might stereotype, I tell people gender expression do not necessarily confirm the sexuality. Just saying. People are like, oh, Tyler Perry is a top. First of all, Tyler Perry is a very tall man. And listen, I don't know what he is. Allegedly. I don't want to get into positions and things. People assume all types of things about people's positions. I'm just going to leave that alone. But what I will, we're not talking about me. You're going to mind your business. But what I will say is that they, that in the messiness around this conversation, there's a lot of conflations that can happen. For starters, I don't want to talk about the Boondocks episode, but the Boondocks episode came out many, many years ago, and Tyler Perry was very big on trying to get that taken off, right? There has always been whispers in Hollywood. Just like there's been whispers about certain people, right? There's been whispers about Diddy. There's been whispers about things, to the point that it's almost like I'll just say this before I get into the depths about other parts of this. I'm just wrestling with if we are going to entertain the allegations as they are, right? My stance is where there's smoke, there's fire. I'm not saying that Derek is 100% correct. I'm not saying Tyler Perry all the way did it. I'm just saying that something about the situation just seems weird. I just don't think. I hear more stories are coming, more allegations are coming from other people. We'll see. What I will say about just the way this has been went down and heard, I will say, okay, if Christian Key says it wasn't Tyler Perry, and that's what it is, that's what it is, right? But I also asked myself the question, if he did say it was Tyler Perry, would y'all believe him? Would the industry protect this man? I don't think so. Because I see what y'all do with women. I see what y'all do with black victims, whether they're men or women. Y'all are doing everything in your power to shame Cassie and to find Cassie responsible for her own abuse. I don't believe you all. Even Meg Thee Stallion, you don't, like, who have y'all ever believed? It's always someone's fault. Even with R. Kelly. All the things R. Kelly has done. What victims have you actually believed? I don't know an example where it was so clear that you all stood on it and believed victims. I don't know. Everybody who's accused somebody will have always had supporters. No black person, you all think, no black man can be responsible for rape or abuse. I don't know anybody that you all have not given hell to, or have not held accountable, or not. Nobody. Evidence, no evidence. Whether they report the crime immediately. Like every situation, when people do, it's always a money grab. It's always somebody's lying. You don't believe anybody. I don't know an example where you believed it. Even R. Kelly. The narrative was, I blame the parents. I had a dumbass family member tell me that one time. I'm not going to get into it. But someone I don't talk to at all. Because, and not talking to them. But they also told me, but this particular family member who I do not talk to at all. And so you got to cut people off. When people talk like that, you just can't talk to them. Because what will tell you is that when they think like that, that will also tell you how they feel about other things. And then when shit comes in other situations, you will be reminded of, oh, this person, if they would believe that and defend that, they would also believe and defend other people who are it's always why do you always believe abusers? Why is every time somebody that rapes somebody, abuse somebody, or do something, why are you always siding with trash buckets? Why do you always find yourself staying aligned with people who do those type of things? Like, y'all just like Chris Brown. Y'all like R. Kelly. Y'all think that shit is cute. You think that's a personality trait that's proud to have. Oh, it's the parents. It's the this. It's this the internalized misogynoir. So I don't even believe that even if Christian Keys was to say it was Tyler Perry, or whoever the black billionaire man is, you would never believe them. You would not believe him. You wouldn't have believed him. You wouldn't have. So to a certain degree, I get why he didn't say anything. Because men are barely believed anyway. People keep talking about some real victims. And I'm just like, the most powerful people are the ones who are more likely to do the crimes, right? Like, mostly people, it's about power, right? But everybody's going to play the whole money grab argument, and then that's how you shut these people out. Everything's a money grab. Everything like that, and that's why they do it. That is why very powerful people, and I'm not talking about Tyler Perry because he's alleged, right? But a lot of times there are cases where people do lie. Like the moment the Jay-Z allegations came out, I knew that was a lie. The evidence was not there. Nothing was there. Like, it was so clear that was a lie, right? But there are so many situations where it can be plausible. It can be very plausible that this happens, and everybody's so quick to dismiss it all. No cares in the world. so ready to just say it's a lie. And so everybody's lying. There's no merit. There's nothing there. Okay. So I don't, who do you ever believe? Who do you believe? There's so many people that is actually done, that is right. I don't know. Can anybody give me examples when they believe victims? Some people say R. Kelly, but there's other people who still stand by R. Kelly. Y'all still listen to Chris Brown. Y'all still, believe Chris Brown. Like, I just, at a certain point, I'm just like, and Chris Brown, we're not talking about Rihanna. Because if you want to let that go, I guess, right? But Chris Brown has done so many more things since then. Okay, Carucci, you don't believe Carucci? I mean, nobody believes anybody anymore. So it just goes to tell me, like, well, what? Nelly? Y'all thought Nelly lied? Okay. Y'all believe that Nelly was innocent? Like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like so many people. I mean, y'all stand for Michael Jackson. Y'all don't believe Michael Jackson did any of that. I don't believe that. I think there was smoke and fire there with Michael Jackson. I don't believe everybody was just trying to grab money. Something was wrong. Something happened in Neverland Ranch. That's my opinion, right? But also, there's a lot of evidence that does not get told, that don't get shared to the public at large, that is just questionable behavior. But you like him. He's a celebrity. You stand for him. So I just don't know who anybody believes. Everybody keeps saying, oh, they want to use these pieces of evidence. Like as if a victim has to have, like there's an absolute total victim. Like I just hate how people reconcile that around these cases. Like, oh, they should have been here, there. Most of the time, people are raped by people that they know. Most people are raped and abused by people they have a close relationship with. Most victims are not in situations where, do y'all know how research works? Do y'all know how do y'all actually study these cases, like cases of abuse? Do y'all actually know people who's been abused? Because most people that are abused by people they know or have a close relationship with. Most people are not walking down the street getting grabbed. And so this is what I think that I've realized with people when it comes to conversation around sexual harassment abuse. You all only believe victims who are abused by absolute strangers. Let's have the conversation today, right now. You do not believe victims who could potentially be raped or abused by people that they know. You don't believe those victims. You only believe victims who are raped and abused by absolute strangers. Fun fact, most victims are abused by people that they have a close relationship with. So that means that you don't believe most victims. You only believe the most absurd, ridiculous, extreme situations that are very rare. Most people are not getting grabbed in the streets and getting raped by random people. Most people don't experience that. People do experience that, but most people don't. Most people are abused and raped by people that they know, that they're in close proximity with, some of which they've dated with, right? But you don't believe those people. And then also you don't believe people that can be raped by people that they do something with. So you don't believe that a woman can be raped by a sex worker can be raped. You all don't believe that strippers can be raped. You say, well, why did you wear that? Okay, so what? That doesn't mean that person raped. When I saw the Players Club, for those who watch the Players Club, that movie is so powerful in so many different ways. But that situation where that woman who gets raped it's a very uncomfortable, the way in which they did that, filmed it, was probably one of the most powerful sexual assault discussion scenes in a film I've ever seen. And the crazy part about it is that you don't actually see the assault take place. It's in the dark, but you hear and you know and you hear, and then the lights come on. The filmmaking for that probably was one of the most, it just humanized sex workers for me at a young age in a way that that movie did a lot for me in my education around sex work at a very young age. I didn't have the words, okay? I was saying prostitutes and strippers because I didn't have the politically correct language. But the Players Club, if people, like, that movie is such a very radical movie in black cinema and cinema in general. We don't talk enough about it. A whole dissertation could be done on that movie, and even further, even the directorial decisions they made with it. I mean, the conversation around stalking, mental health, it's a lot that went on in that movie. And I think a lot of people need to go back and watch it and have a very intellectual conversation about that film. Because so much about it and about the times we're in now, how we talk about it, it was so ahead of its time. A very groundbreaking film on so many levels. We don't talk enough about it, but it's a very powerful film. And really a very honest, realistic, one of the best realistic film adaptations or portrayals of sex work in the modern era. Just say. Was it perfect? No. But there were a lot of things that people can learn. That movie came out like 25 years ago. Still iconic. Still better than a lot of films. That movie came out in 1998. I was 7 years old. Judge Your Cat. Okay, I watched a couple rated R movies. I snuck and watched some movies I shouldn't watch. My first rated R movie I seen was Belly, which also came out in 1998. I was watching a lot of bad movies I shouldn't have been watching. Well, maybe it was Friday. Friday was rated R. It didn't feel like it was a rated R film. Set It Off. I watched too many movies when I was too young. I mean, I watched them later, but I was like born in 91. But like Set It Off came out in 96. I didn't watch it at 5, but probably at 10 I watched it, you know? So much to unpack there. But I say all this to say that most people do not believe victims unless it's random or unless it's a family member. And y'all barely believe y'all family members. But I've come to that realization that most people to only believe victims of rape and sexual abuse if it is done by strangers. They do not believe it if it's done by, if a victim claims it's done by someone they know or they're close to or someone in power, they're less likely to believe it. That's my thought. That's a pattern I've noticed. So you're never going to believe any of these victims if they claim that it's somebody they work with. You're going to be ready to believe the worst. And the reason why you all do this is because you believe, you put yourself in the shoes of the abuser. I don't know why you all do that. Unless you are an abuser yourself, there's no reason for you to emphasize or put yourself in the shoes of somebody who's a perpetrator of violence. I don't understand why you all do that. You think it might happen to you. Oopsie, I made a mistake. These are not mistakes. So that's problematic. So that's why I don't, look, Christian Keys, whoever did it, he's never going to tell us. And part of the reason why he probably won't admit it is, or tell us who the person is because you won't believe him either way. Because the narrative is always going to go, you was trying to take a powerful black man down, even if the other person accusing that person was black. You're going to always say, you're trying to take $1 billion, you're trying to take this. That's what y'all do. For Diddy, for every single person. There are some people that are innocent, but there are some people that might be actually guilty, but you won't believe it. So of course, here come all the narratives. Tyler Perry's a black billionaire. They're trying to take every black billionaire off the planet. Oh, Tyler Perry, they ain't saying nothing about Byron Allen. You notice that? Byron Allen's a black billionaire. You don't hear anybody accusing him of these types of things. Just saying. There's no one, it's a lot, Robert Smith, an alpha, right? Black billionaire. He's never been accused of this type of behavior. You don't see these lawsuits about him, and he's one of the richest black men on the face of the earth. Got more money than all these men, okay? But you never hear nothing about him. Ever notice that? Robert F. Smith. He's the founder of Vista Equity Partners, an alpha man, a very powerful, rich black man. He is worth $10.8 billion. He is ranked the 88th wealthiest person in the United States. Okay? Ranked the 266th richest person in the world. He's got $10 billion. Okay? He's got more money than Oprah. Oprah's only worth $3.1 billion. Only worth, how dare I? He got more money than Tyler Perry and Oprah combined. They say Diddy is now worth around $1 billion. Now he is. Might have lost that wealth. Now people are saying now it's probably about 700 million, but maybe he's roughly $1 billion apparently. It's been going up and down his worth, but he's roughly worth $1 billion. This man is worth more than all the men combined. So you all are sitting up here acting like it's all these different people, but like, come on. Just saying. Just saying. So now, let's just say, moving past the conversation about whether or not he did it or not, we'll figure out what happens in these lawsuits. A settlement can happen. This is a civil suit. This is not a criminal lawsuit of charges. Okay, so, and probably, look, it's a civil lawsuit. There's a money settlement involved, right? Some people argue that that's how they determine whether a person is a victim or not. That's not true, because we've seen various situations where people have come forward and there's been arrests and things made, and you all still don't believe the person, whether or not it's for money or not. But the money grab always comes up because of the lawsuit. I'm past the point of believing that most people who play devil's advocate, the devil doesn't need an advocate. Let me just say that. But for you all that entertain it, I don't take you all seriously on this front. So we're gonna move on past that. So let's just get into, okay, let's say that you do not believe that he sexually harassed this man. Here's what gets me in all these scenarios. If we're to believe the text messages are real, because, he claims he was close to Derek. Okay. What's the relationship then? If it's not, if the relationship is not romantic between, if Tyler Perry, because I need to be clear, if Tyler Perry is not coming out as gay, is not acknowledging a romantic relationship with Derek, what kind of relationship did you have with this man? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if this man, if Tyler Perry has to, it's time to tell the truth, because now we've arrived at that point, because the timeline is timeline, and if y'all been having this going on, didn't you have a fiance? Don't you have a son that no one has seen? Don't you have isn't there like a relationship? Like, didn't you date a woman this entire time? Now, mind you, the streets was saying that this woman was a beard, but I'm just saying, for the fans, for the stands of Tyler Perry, I'm just saying, I'm trying to make sure I properly get my points, because there's so many things I need to say. Let me start by saying this. If we're to believe Tyler Perry through and through, if Tyler Perry's been honest, he's not a liar, he's not manipulative, he's not been lying or hiding anything, I want to know what relationship you had with this man that was close, if you all were not involved in a sexual romantic relationship. This was an employee of yours. This is somebody that you hired. If this is an employee, whatever you was doing with your employee, this was inappropriate. If these text messages are accurate, if you're claiming you did not sexually assault this man, you did not sexually harass this man, okay, that's what you're claiming, fine. If these text messages are real, what type of relationship did you have with this man that you can feel as though this was appropriate or professional? And how does this not open up the Pandora's box to suspicions that you're doing casting couch? Because I'm trying to understand, you met this man working and serving you. You then decide to hire him. And what acting background did he have? What you just gave him an opportunity? Okay. And then you further pursued this in a way that's how does this not create a breeding ground for a workplace environment that, even if this man was consenting to it or not, does not create a dynamic that puts you in the position you're currently in, whether it's true or not true? What I'm saying is, to men in power that claim they're innocent, how do y'all keep finding yourselves in these predicaments where an abuse of power could be plausible? Because I'm just trying to understand, in these conversations, these text messages, right? If we're to believe that all this is manufactured, but if it's not, I'm just trying to understand what type of close relationship. And you're saying the relationship was a scam. How was it a scam? Did he trick you into believing That y'all were something more? What was the nature of this relationship that got you getting out of character, that made you have this going on for several years? I'm just trying to understand, because he's got receipts and these receipts are receding. And it's very clear in this conversation dynamic that, look, the man was conversing back with you, but it wasn't giving that he was as sexually interested in you and the ways in which you were pursuing him, if we were to believe these text messages are real. I mean, I read them. There's communication, but it's not giving that the guy is, it gives that the guy is entertaining and listening, but it doesn't give that this man is interested in the same ways that Tyler Perry is interested in him. It looks like he's curving him at every turn and Tyler is pursuing him, allegedly. This is what it's looking like in the dialogue. Okay, if it's not sexual assault, how is this okay? You know what this is. You know what power looks like. You fucking know better. How do you defend this? Even if it's not sexual assault. Okay. The dynamics of power. All the jokes you've made about Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton. All of the conversations you've made about power. You know better. You know better. This ain't it. This ain't it. This is literally a groundswell for why lawsuits like this even happen. We know men in power in the industry do this to women all the time. So you're doing it to other men, allegedly? I just want to understand, what is the close relationship? I need Tyler Perry in this suit, in this lawsuit. I need him to unpack, if it was not this, what is the relationship? Because everything about this is giving improper, is inappropriate. I'm not accusing this man of a crime, but I'm just saying that whether he did it or not do it, everything about this is inappropriate. Everything about this is like textbook, what the fuck are you doing? And you should know better. You should know better. But it also opens up other questions, because let's go there. Is that a man who wants to control every aspect of his company? No collaborations. Studio premises, own everything. Nothing wrong with owning your business. Nothing wrong with that. I agree. I own things too. But the fact is like, anti-union, never want these workers to be unionized. Because if these workers were union workers, workplace harassment and concerns would be easier to catch. This is why we unionize companies. Because if you don't have a union, how are you being protected? Like, I'm just curious, if something inappropriate happens on Tyler Perry Studios, what's the proper protocol for workplace protections? I'm just trying to understand. Because, he's not a union guy. I mean, he's in SAG-AFTRA for himself in the industry when he takes on other projects, but he doesn't have unions within his own studio. So if something happens to those workers, what happens? What are their protections? And see, this is what unions be talking about. I'm just wondering. You have a big ass studio with all these workers, and they're not unionized workers. So they're working for you. You hire them however you want to hire them. And you claim you make some of them millionaires. Okay. But what about the ones who don't become millionaires? In the complaint, he said that he likes his lovers to be, attractive to him and whatnot, but also dependent upon him. Allegedly. Everything about this just not look. This is very, I want to say more, and I'm being very thoughtful what I say. But what I will say is that Tyler Perry created a workplace environment that made it susceptible to these types of lawsuits. That's what I will say. That's a fair statement to say. The way his workforce culture, the environment that he's created legally, the type of dynamics in it, this laid the foundation for a lawsuit like this. And he should know better. He should know better. If I were him, I would be trying to get union intervention for my workers. I would be trying to get all types of mandatory trainings. I would be doing a little bit more because this is too much money. There's too much involved in this entire entity for him to be handling it with these types of gloves. You said you had a close relationship with this man. I need you to understand, what kind of close relationship did you have with this employee? Because this man was an employee. And to some of you all who are like downplaying the text messages, because you think that rape has to be penetration and sexual assault has to be something that's really earth-shattering. I want you to understand that you're telling us about the things that you will tolerate in your workplace. Just because you did not have the courage to speak up and call out the abusers that were working for you or the people that disrespected your work, don't you dare shame somebody else that speaks out about it. None of that dialogue was acceptable if we are to believe it to be true. For you all to downplay it and say, well, I was just looking for, but no, that's not appropriate. If you believe those text messages and those text messages, you believe they are real. If you do not think there was anything wrong about that dialogue between an employer and an employee, if you think that was okay and dandy and not a big deal, I am afraid to work with you. I'm afraid to work for you. I will never work with you. I will never work alongside of you. Because there is nothing okay about that discourse, that dialogue, and those text messages between the employer and employee. And what some of you are telling me is that you are so used to being abused in the workplace that you're okay with this behavior. And so now you want to downplay and victim blame other people that might also have those troubles. We got to wake up, people. I'm just going to leave it at that. We got to demand better for each other. We got to work for each other. We just got to expect better for each other. I'm going to leave it at that. But we're going to follow this case very closely because all this is a big, huge, hot-ass mess and a red flag. Moving along to better things. Speaking of Pride Month, because Tyler Perry had a messy one. I love the new Noah's Ark film. It is out now. If you got Paramount Plus, if you're a subscriber to Paramount Plus and you're a big fan, the new Noah's Ark movie does not disappoint. In a time where everybody is doing very terrible remakes and comebacks, listen, and just like that from whatever that Sex and the City spinoff, I don't know why this is back. This third season, the second season was trash. I have not been a fan. I'm really not a fan. I don't know why they brought these people back. Cancel this show. Like, why is this coming back? Like, let it go. We're tired of it. Sarah Jessica Parker, all of them, please let this show end. Take us out of misery. I don't know why they're back. Do they need more money? I don't understand. Like, no one cares about Aiden and them. They aged poorly as a cast. The storylines just don't hit anymore. I just want better. But anywho, Noah's Ark is a great film. It's a great comeback film. Talk about a show that aged well. Many, many years later, over 15 years later, they're back. And it's so timely. It's so pretty. Just a great celebration of love. I won't tell the film, but they're parents. And, Noah is they just age really well. I just love the way the characters developed. Everybody just has it was just a really great way to come back. Like, they didn't have to bring the whole TV show back, but they brought a great movie back. A movie that just is so modern, so timely, speaks to the era that we're in. It was just great. Really loved it a lot. Moving on to music. I'm here to report to you that Benson Boone is trying too hard, as the girls are saying. I don't know what this, look, I don't know what Benson Boone is or what he's trying to do. It's not it. The new album isn't hitting for me. I don't know what he's trying to do. I feel like he's trying to be like a mixture of Shawn Mendes, Sam Smith, Harry Styles, and Bruno Mars, with some Ed Sheeran tunes. I don't know. I don't need that music. The new album isn't doing anything for me. You know, fireworks and rollerblades was already enough, but even the new music he's doing is just not hitting. Um, it's a skip for me. But I also got another skip that you all might be shocked about before I get into things I liked. Um, I'm not really crazy about, and this is gonna shock you. I like her, but I'm not really into this new album. Just Kiki. Yeah, I'm good off of that. His new album, Benson Boone's new album is called American Heart. I don't. I'm not crazy about it. You know. Um, yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm not crazy about it. Um, like he as a person's fun, but the music isn't. But Kiki Palmer, just Kiki. I've been trying to wrap myself around how I was going to talk about Kiki Palmer's new art, new music. I struggle with her, and I now understand why. So here's the thing about Kiki Palmer. I think Kiki Palmer is super talented. I think that she is just a burst of energy. But I think Kiki Palmer is confusing. I don't know what she really wants to do. I was having a great conversation with my bestie Jamarcus about this. We talked so much about this, and I want to share some of this conversation with some of you all. I like Kiki Palmer. I've been a fan of Kiki Palmer ever since Kiki Palmer, graced us with Aquila and the Bee. I've been loving her forever. I've met her several times. I think she's very talented. I really want to make sure I say this, right? But there's time for some radical transparency and honesty here. This album isn't bad, but it's just confusing. Her art is confusing. I think that when I saw her perform, I don't know who she wants to be as an artist. I think she's all over the place. And I think it's a bunch of misplaced energy where, as a fan, you just don't know where to channel it. I think Kiki Palmer is best as an actress. I think she's a good actress. I think she should do more comedies. I think that she should do TV shows, hosting. I think she should do hosting gigs. I think she should do more TV. I like that for her. I think singing is something that, just like Raven Simone, struggles with. It's not that the vocals are not there. I just think that the identity is not there. I think that she is the last of those artists that can cross over do talent. But I think the problem with Kiki Palmer is that she does not know how to give us a real mature focus. It's the person that can do everything, but they can't do everything well. She does everything good, but nothing is remarkably great. I feel like if she focused and honed in on the acting, she could be a great actress, and that woman could get an Oscar. I do believe that for her. I think that an Oscar is in her future, and I think that she has an Emmy already, but I think an Oscar can be her future if she really zeroed in on her talent. If she really just really said, look, I want to go for intentional roles. I really want to put myself in something more serious. I felt like her performance in Nope could have been a best supporting actress situation. But the problem is that she does movies few and far in between. She jumps around too much in different projects. And so we can't really as a fan base and as an audience really know where Kiki wants us to go. It's like my eyes get moved. Every time I feel like I'm looking at something, like Just One of Those Days with SZA, that was a great comedy. I was like, okay, that was a big box office win for her. I was like, okay, let's go here, right? And then all of a sudden, she starts being a social media influencer. She wants to be a podcaster. And then all this other stuff is going on. I'm just like, okay, where are you? And I appreciate the fact that she does multimedia. I love it for her, right? Because I do multimedia. But I think the hard part about Kiki is that she has not really established a setting somewhere and has really landed. Like, look, I came into the game really landing into writing, where my writing is solidified. People know I'm a great writer. I did that really intently. But now I'm ready to branch into some other things, and broadcasting has been something that I'm now taking seriously. So I do radio, I do podcasting, and I've really invested my passion into that to the point that you all take me seriously as a broadcaster. Like, now I have a voice beyond just writing. And now you all can believe me now. You can hear my voice. You've heard it enough to know, okay, I believe Ernest is convincing to me as a broadcast journalist. Like, I like his voice. I like the way that he settles. I like his appearance. That you all can believe me as a broadcasting talent. But that took a lot of time to transition to that gradually, but I did it. I think with Kiki, the singing just has never been taken seriously because she's never really invested in it. Every time I want to take her seriously with music, it just feels like it's a little pet project, and then she mixes it with a bunch of other things, and it just never lands and never sticks. And so with this album, it's just like, I just feel like this is just a phase for her rather than something that I believe that she's really invested in. She really wants us to take it seriously. Her entire rollout for this album was a bunch of like social media like promos that I thought were skits. I thought they were parodies. Like, I just don't take her seriously as a singer. I feel like her music feels like a parody more than serious music that I can really ground it in. There's no cohesion. There's no really focus point. Like, I don't know what I should be looking at and what I should be focusing on. And so for that, I just struggle with it. It's not horrible. It's just not as fully enjoying. And so now I have to give you somebody else that I feel like is leaning into her music, even though she has been an actress. Halle Bailey, Brave Face. Oh my God. Everything. Everything. Raw. And I want to take that also back to Kiki. I just feel like even when she's trying to make music about her personal life, she doesn't want to show a level of vulnerability and admit things are not going good. Kiki is an old school type of trained artist where it's like Beyonce, like Usher, and this is what I love about them. This is what I can't stand about them sometimes. Beyonce has gotten off of it a little bit better, but I feel like they come from an era of, like, even like Taylor Swift was at a certain point, where it's a lollipop era of, I just want everything is good. Everything is great. I'm not going to tell you about the things that piss me off. I'm not going to tell you about the ways in which I feel betrayed. When Taylor Swift started to get vulnerable and open up about the shit that betrayed her, right? When she began to talk about people fucking her over, that's what really took her to the next level. When Beyonce got into a space with Lemonade and she started being vulnerable about the hardships in her life and not like trying to make everything great and just act like everything's perfect, that's when she moved. I think Kiki struggles with that still. She's always trying to be in a place of power and control in every aspect of her life. And she never can tell you when things are down or when things are whatever. I go through journeys with you all. And I'm not a music artist. I'm not an entertainer. So this is not that you're entitled to all my business that way. But even in my own work, I am very transparent about just when stuff is pissing me off, when stuff is just not cool. People, I'm very real. And like, that's because I'm not trying to be everybody. And I think the issue with the artists of the past, even though they're better in talent, they struggle with that. They want everybody to like them. And they want to be mainstream till a mainstream's fault. And sometimes that screws up your artistry. If you're trying to be mainstream for mainstream fault, you're not going to be everybody. You're not going to get the real respect from folks. And I feel like we're in an era where I just think respect means so much more than popularity. Trump is popular, but is he respected? I don't think so. I personally don't think so. So, yeah, I just feel like we're in an interesting phase right now artistically where we should just be demanding something a little bit different, a little bit more. And yeah, I just feel like it's just not hitting for me. But I love Braveheart. I love Braveheart. Brave Face. I'm sorry. I love Brave Face. Braveheart. She was having a brave heart. But I love Brave Face. I love that album. I mean, not the album, that song. I love wherever she's going with her music, Halle Bailey is doing it. And so I love that for her. Also things I love. Cardi B. Outside is my song of the summer thus far. What a great time to drop that single. Summer is finally here. We're finally in summer, y'all. It's official. And what a great way to kick off the summer with a song like Outside. I love it, okay? I do. I hope that Cardi B really finally gives this album because I've been, look, I know people like Joe and Dr. Parks and others, including my husband, are very cynical that she's not dropping it. How long has this been? Let me keep up. It's been, 6 years now? It's been 6 years. Listen, it's been 6 years. I'm still rooting for her. I'm still believing in her. I still believe it's possible. All things are possible if you believe in it. I hope that this is not a fluke. But I like Outside. I think it's a great banger. It's very timely. I cannot wait for I can be able to put it on. Like, I'm ready for Instagram story to get the song so I can be able to put it on my Instagram stories because I need to stream it. Like, I want to stream it, girl. Like, what you been doing? Drop the music video. We need visuals. We need it all. It's a banger. I enjoy it. It's a good song. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which I love a good song. That's not just 2 minutes. Like the girls been giving us like 2 minute songs. Women, it's a song. It's got bars. Let's go round for round. Let's go. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's been in rotation in my playlist. Even when you see me walking down with a serious face, that song might be on. I might have a serious face because I am in Philly and I am walking in Center City. Like I'm going to have a serious face. But I want to be clear that the song that's in my ears is not some serious, battleground song. It's something as playful and flirty like Outside. I enjoy it. Great song. And then there's been chatter about the Grammys. I didn't really talk about it last week, but y'all wanted me to talk about it this week. The Grammys got a new category, traditional R&B compared to traditional country album versus, I guess, contemporary country album. There's two categories. I know people are talking bad about this and they're saying they're changing the category because of Beyonce. I don't think that's the case. I think this is a good thing. I honestly think that this will actually create an opportunity for more artists more diverse artists to be able to get recognition in country music. Look, R&B did a category like this. It was urban, contemporary R&B, and traditional R&B. I think country can do that. I think there's a space for that. Yes, Beyonce will be the last artist to get a pure country album of the year. Now there's going to be two, traditional and contemporary. Let me be very clear. Black artists make traditional country music, so I'm not saying that won't apply to them. But there are a lot of contemporary R&B, and I mean contemporary country music. For example, Post Malone, he would be in a contemporary country music category. Shabuzi, depending on it, like his hip hop infused country music might go into contemporary country music, right? That's not a bad thing per se. I don't see it as a bad. I think people feel like, they're now changing the category for Beyonce. I think they're actually broadening the category in country so other people can have an opportunity to get celebrated. That's how I'm viewing it. I don't see it as a negative because other categories have this, y'all. Like if y'all pay attention, R&B has this, pop has this, other categories have this. So it's not necessarily a slight towards Black country artists. If anything, it's going to open more space to allow more artists to be able to qualify. That's my take. I know a lot of people act like it's because of Beyonce. Maybe it is because of Beyonce, but I don't think it's a negative thing because I think Beyonce's impact has paved the door to expand how we view country music, and we should. And I like this for her, and I like this for other artists that may get locked out of future categories that are not as famous as Beyonce. Now there's more music and opportunities for them to get spotlight and get support. That's my take. As far as TV goes, y'all, I'm a little bored with TV. For now. I know some of y'all like that Love Island shit. I know y'all like Love Island. Some of y'all like Love Island. Whatever. I just, maybe because there's so much going on in the world right now. I'm doing some other things in my life that I don't have time to binge TV. But what I will say is that one trend that I wish TV would get rid of, and I hope very soon, is the obsession with wealth. There's a mass obsession with wealth. Like every time I turn around, everything is like in mansions and things. And there's a lot of that. And I just want something a little different on TV. Like everybody's like in some big, huge island getaway. Everybody's in some big, huge mansion. Everybody's super wealthy. And I'm bored with escapism. I feel like we're in the White Lotus era or Beyond the Gates. Now, I do like Beyond the Gates. I do watch some of the Beyond the Gates. My husband is a super Beyond the Gates fan. He's been trying to catch up to all 73 plus episodes out. He's almost done. He's been binge watching this like every day. He's into Beyond the Gates. He's a Beyond the Gates stan. If you're into that show, that soap opera, he watches he's like trying to make it a point to watch every single episode. And now he's caught up. It's the one soap opera he watches and he's into it. I watched some of the original episodes and then I kind of fell off, but now I'm vicariously keeping up with the show based on him because he's into it, okay? He's into the characters. I mean, I like it for him, right? But outside of that, I just feel like all these shows coming out, everybody's rich. Everybody's got a mansion. Everybody, whether they're Black characters, white characters, everybody is just fucking rich. And I just am getting over that. I want something more. I don't know. I want something more. I just want something more entertaining than that. There's so much going on in the world. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of just shows that are either completely rich or completely street. Like everything is like an urban street crime. I'm just like, can we just do something a little different? I don't know. I just want something normal. So that's my take on that. And before leaving, this week is going to be a lot going on. I'm going to be making a very interesting public appearance somewhere on Monday. You know, which if you're listening on You're the Core 200, you listen to the episode, you know that this Monday is Monday. You'll see it on your social media. If it happens, it happens. You're going to ask me, how did I pull it off? I'll tell you on the grand finale of season 8, which is this upcoming episode. And for those who are new to the podcast, when I say I go on a break, I go on a 1-week break. I always go on a break 2 times a year. I always do it during the New Year's Eve weekend, Christmas, New Year's Eve. I go off for a week, so there's no podcast for a week of that. And then we open up the new season premiere. And then I do a mid-year break before I do the next season. So this is upcoming July 4th weekend. Following this upcoming weekend, I will have a whole week. There will be no new episode of Ernestly Speaking. I will come back the following week. And then that's when you all can, listen. But for some people that want to get caught up, you'll get caught up on episodes up until that point. So I love this finale coming up because we're going to talk about the end. We're going to talk about this war shit. We're going to talk about the outcome of this New York City mayor's race. We got to have a lot to catch up on. So it's going to be a big, season 8 finale. It will be episode 25, season 8 finale. What a season this has been. So much to happen. And then we're going to have a nice little 1-week break. And then we'll come back for season 9 premiere. But I just wanted y'all to stay tuned on that because it's coming. And, we're getting ready for it. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.